Thank you. All right. Good morning, El Dorado County, and it is a glorious morning out there. Today is Tuesday, April 9th, 2024, and it's my pleasure to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. And you may notice that our dais is a little empty today, but we have our fabulous colleagues online. So Supervisor Parlin is not feeling well today, and Supervisor Lane will be teleconferencing. So welcome. We're glad you're with us virtually. And Kim, can you please read the details that we need in order to do this?
Okay. This morning, Supervisor Parlin informed me that she's unable to attend today's meeting due to a contagious illness, which is considered just cause to allow for remote participation under AB 2449, Government Code 54953, Section F. In order to comply with AB 2449, I would first like the record to reflect that there is a quorum of members physically present at the meeting. Next, I would like to ask Supervisor Parlin to disclose whether any individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room with her, and if so, the general nature of their relationship and her general relationship with such individuals.
There's nobody in the room with me. I'm by myself.
Finally, in accordance with AB 2449, I request Supervisor Parlin keep her camera on during the meeting.
Okay. Then we hope you feel better, Supervisor Parlin. I know it's pretty miserable.
Thank you.
Glad you're with us. All right. So with that, it's my pleasure to invite up Pastor David Cook of Cold Springs Community Church to lead us in the invocation. Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning, Chair Thomas. Good morning, supervisors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to lead in prayer today. If you would pray with me. Dear Heavenly Father, what a day that you have given us to live today. It's like none other has been or ever will be. And it's unique in its opportunities and its relational connections and its challenges and its blessings. And I pray that you would make us aware to be mindful that none of us know the number of our days, but you have given us this day to live, that you have given us this day to grow ourselves and to help those around us grow more into their full potential. As I pray for the women and men before me and for the leaders around our county and the various departments entrusted with the job of leading our county forward into a better tomorrow, I pray that you would help them to live with intentionality today, to be their best, to bring their best, and to be people of wisdom and insight. I pray that you would help our leaders to lead us well for all of our benefit and blessing. And I thank you for the men and women who have started and lead businesses in our community that bring jobs, opportunity, and vibrancy to this amazing place that we call home. I pray that you would bless them to grow strong, healthy, profitable enterprises that will provide for the quality of life that we so value. Continue to bring perseverance and creativity to their endeavors that will bless them and others. And Heavenly Father, I pray for those in our community who protect our peace in law enforcement, and for those who pick up and put back together our pieces in emergency services in our medical community. And I pray especially for Marshall Medical Center and the value and the service that they bring to us in this community. Thank you for all of their dedication to our safety and care, and as they face very hard things in their jobs, I pray for their safety and their care. Guard their minds, their hearts, their bodies, and their spirits. And for those who served us in our military, who live in our community, and for those who are currently serving here and around the world, remind them that they are not forgotten. I too pray for their safety and care. Thank you for their service to our nation and to us. Help us to honor them. Let your peace be upon us today and make us people of peace wherever we go. In this we will be blessed. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thanks so much.
Thank you for uplifting those that care for our community and our nation. Appreciate you being with us this morning. Supervisor Lane, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I would be happy to. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, with that, we move on to the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. And we have a few changes. I know County Council has a notation, so County Council?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On item number 24, it indicates that a 4/5 vote is required for that item. That is incorrect. It was just included in error. A simple majority is all that is necessary to approve that item.
All right, thank you. And staff is also requesting that item 31, that's Mikey's Kilted Kitchen Agreement, be continued to tomorrow, April 10th at 9 a.m. So we will hear item number 31 tomorrow. And then there was some question as to when we might hear the cannabis ad hoc reconsideration. And given our schedule, it looks like we will hear that item between 10 and 11 this morning. It's not a time certain event, but just a notation. Kim, are there any other changes to the agenda? No. All right. Do my colleagues have any comments or changes on the consent calendar?
No
Supervisor
changes.
Rubin?
No changes.
And I don't have any changes either. So at this point, let's open public comment. And once again, this is for items that are only on the consent calendar. So Kim, can you please open that up?
Now taking public comment on items on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
And before we do that, I made a mistake. I forgot to ask my colleagues online. Supervisor Lane, do you have any changes or comments to the consent calendar?
Madam Chair, I will be abstaining from items 1 and 2.
Items 1 and 2. All right. Thank you. Supervisor Parlin?
No, I was shaking my head vigorously. I was hoping you saw it, but no changes.
I am so sorry. I'll get the hang of this. Thank you. All right. Now public comment is open on the consent calendar. All right. Come on down. And once again, this is, if you tell us which item you're speaking about, that's helpful.
I got here late, so I missed a whole bunch in the morning, but we are speaking of the cannabis today, right?
That will come probably between 10 and 11.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just for
You
comments
bet.
on the consent calendar. You bet. All right, seeing none, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. Just a few comments. Item 8, 19, 25, and 27. On 8, it's the appointment of Dr. Artina Moon, excuse me. I met her at the last SAGE meeting. She seems very, very qualified, and certainly I know having her be on SAGE, which is the Surveyors, Architects, Geologists, and Engineers Association, having her be there and reporting about her work on the building industry advisory committee would be helpful to us. So thank you. I hope you appoint her. 19 is the electric bookmobile. My gosh, this is great. I love the fact that we're gonna go electric with the bookmobile. We're gonna get a brand new one, and that's wonderful. That's item 19. Item 25, 14 roadways as part of our pavement rehabilitation projects. Communities of Pollock Pines, Camino, Somerset, Placerville, and El Dorado Hills will be receiving these improvements. Certainly I support that. And finally, the Patterson Ranch sinkhole emergency repair. It's going great. They've been working there every day to get that work down. And I understand they're going to be successfully completing their work in a very short time. There is delays to the Deer Park area, the Patterson area, because of the single lane traffic control that's going on. And they even were out there when it was snowing the other day. So they're doing a really good job. And that's my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
There's no additional public comment.
We certainly have dedicated county staff that are doing a yeoman's job at securing our road network and caring for our community. So with that, I'll bring this back to the board for action on the consent calendar.
I'll move
I'll-
adoption.
I'll
and-
just read into the record
Okay,
that
Thank you.
please.
adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Lane will be abstaining from items 1 and 2. Item number 24 only requires a simple majority, not a 4/5 vote, and continue item 31 to April 10th, 2024.
Perfect, thank you.
So moved.
I'll second it.
All right. We can't say all those in favor. So
Nope, nope.
Jim, let's do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Lane, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
passes 5-0.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. With that, let's move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation, our first hearing, which is item number 33, please.
Item number 33 is a hearing from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board acting as the commissioners of the El Dorado County Public Housing Authority. 1, receive a presentation on the update of the El Dorado County Public Housing Authority 2024 Administrative Plan. 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to acknowledge the El Dorado County Public Housing Authority as a high-performing agency. And 3, authorize the chair to sign the accompanying Public Housing Authority Civil Rights and Compliance Certification as required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Good morning, Ally. Pleasure to have you with us this morning.
Well, good morning, Chair Thomas and members of the board.
Madam Chair,
Um,
did you open the hearing?
Oh, with that, I open the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ally McMillan. I am here representing Health and Human Services and the Public Housing Authority, also known as the PHA. The Public Housing Authority provides rental assistance to very low-income residents in our county through the Housing Choice Voucher Program. The program pays a portion of the total rent on behalf of the assisted household to private landlords within our community. The Public Housing Authority is federally funded through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, known as HUD. It is highly regulated with many rules and requirements. Public housing authorities are required to maintain an administrative plan defining how the local program will administer the program in accordance with these regulations, as well as a 5-year plan. Last August, I presented an update to all of you describing how we were going to make local changes to policies and procedures. However, this time I am coming to you with a pretty significant update related to federal changes and how we will be incorporating those. The Housing Opportunity Through Modernization Act, known as HOTMA, changes the way public housing authorities calculate income and review household assets. It broadens the definitions of income and assets, but also provides a very clear list of exclusions. So it uniforms the way public housing authorities look at what we're doing across the US. PHAs are required to update their admin plans and implement these changes to policies in order to be ready for the full implementation deadline of January 1st, 2025. So we have to be ready and have all of our systems going by the end of this year. Changes to these regulations include to project our annual income for next year. We're actually looking at the total annual income from last year rather than estimating future income. We are looking at reasonable anticipated changes. This also changes how we look at child support. So we're looking at actual received child support rather than court orders. Changes increase the threshold for triggering interim updates. So how we look at reevaluations of income throughout the year and how we assess the changes to the rent amounts that we are paying or helping with. It categorically excludes most disability payments provided to the household to help individuals with disabilities maintain in the home. This is especially important for households that receive IHSS to provide care for a household member in the home. So a family member who lives in the home who is providing care for someone else in the home. It also excludes VA aid and attendance for a veteran living in the home. The changes clearly define assets to be calculated and clearly define the assets to be excluded. So we're no longer looking at the value of a vehicle if it's the primary vehicle to get to work or school. And then Medically necessary equipment is no longer being looked at. There was some vagueness in the prior regulations. Federal tax refunds or tax credits, they can maintain those for 12 months after receipt without that being affected in the bank accounts. And retirement accounts and educational savings accounts are now excluded, but they will be included as income once they're being drawn down. They also added an asset threshold for graduating from the program. Households can no longer have assets over $100,000. Simultaneously, although not through HOTMA, HUD is also implementing a new inspection process. So public housing authorities do need to make sure that any person who is in a unit has safe, habitable housing. So instead of using the existing inspection process, we are now switching to the National Standards for the Physical Inspection of Real Estate, known as INSPIRE. The goal for this new inspection model is similar. It's streamlining, it's clarifying, it's creating a universalized path. It also switches to a more health and safety focus rather than cosmetic. We're not as worried about a minor crack in the wall as we are about access to clean water or other more health and safety focused ideas. It also creates very specific criteria for how we respond to those things. For example, a 4 square inch site of a mold-like substance, the landlord has 30 days to mitigate. A 1 square foot, they have 24 hours to mitigate before we can start taking actions. So it gives very clearly defined actions for us. The PHA staff did provide an opportunity for the resident advisory board members to review and give plan updates and advice. They had a lot of questions. This is a lot of big changes that affects them too. They did not provide feedback on ideas of things that we should change because we're new to this. A lot of questions on how it would affect them, how the inspections would affect them. The overall idea was let's try it for a year and we can come back next year and see if there was anything that needed to be adjusted. So with that, we provided you all with copies of our proposed 2024 admin plan. Copies were provided in the Johnson Boulevard office in South Lake Tahoe. They were in the 3047 Brew Road office or Baby Brew here in Placerville. They were posted online. And then a notice was posted in both the Mountain Democrat and the Tahoe Tribune on February 22nd, notifying of the posting of these administrative plan physical and online availability, as well as today's public hearing. And to date, no feedback has been provided from members of the feedback. So to conclude, all we need is the adoption of the plan and approval of the documents before you.
All right. Thank you so much for walking us through that. And we appreciated the red line as well, looking at clearly being able to tell all the changes. So I'll move to my colleagues online first. Supervisor Lane, do you have any comments or questions?
No, not at this time. Great presentation, though. Thank you.
Supervisor Parlin?
Nope, just appreciate that red line. These are a lot of changes, and it's good to see the clarity that will probably be helpful for the program.
Perfect. All right. Oh, supervisors.
Just a comment. I'm glad to see our federal government is revising things for the better, at least in my humble opinion. That's very, very important. As they gather information and progress and stuff, we need to continue to do that. So hopefully this is the start of something that gets better in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing, especially for a county to help a lot of people. But one of my concerns is, especially let's say a water heater goes out, and especially trying to get a permit, and you only got a certain time period to be able to fix that. So that's my concern, especially when it's hard sometimes when building and planning are so busy to get a permit to be able to issue it, especially when you only have 24 hours on some of it. So that's my concern. That's all.
So we do work with landlords. Am I allowed to respond to that?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Go
I'm
ahead,
so
Debbie.
sorry. I'm not
Absolutely.
familiar with the protocols.
Yeah.
So thank you for your question, Supervisor Turnbull. We do work with the landlords and of course within reason. So there's significant difference between I've submitted my documents to planning and building or I've made this due diligence effort and a landlord who's not interested in moving forward. So if they're submitting documentation to us, then we, of course, work with them. It is not a hard and fast rule where if it's not magically done within 24 hours and they've done everything they can, we can't do anything. There is leeway.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Good, good. That's great. And you already answered my question. My question was going to be, what do these changes mean in practical terms? Because it seems like clarifications, may be helpful. And I like your approach that, especially given that you didn't receive any feedback at the local level, we'll put these into effect and continue to monitor it and see how they work. So
Thank you.
perfect. Appreciate it. All right. At this point, we'll take public comment. Thank you so much, Ally. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Kim, can you open public comment?
Now taking public comment on item number 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, let's go online. Is there anyone else in the boardroom? No. All right.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
At this point, I will close the public hearing on item number 33 and bring this back to the board for further discussion or action.
So I'm going to move that we adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 051-2024 and authorize the chair to sign the accompanying PHA civil rights and compliance certification.
Thank you so much.
I'll second it.
So we moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's take a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Lane, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, well, thank you to our staff and our Public Housing Authority. Housing is such a critical need in our county, and we hope this will be beneficial changes to our residents, so thank you. With that, we will move on to our second hearing, item number 34. Kim, if you could please open this up.
Thank you. Item 34 is a hearing to consider the recommendation of the Planning Commission on the Greenwood Estates project to request a tentative subdivision map to create 10 parcels from 2,733 square feet to 6,534 square feet in size from an existing 0.88 acre parcel, a planned development permit to allow the construction of 2 duplexes and 2 triplexes on the 10 lots, and a rezone from multi-residential within the design review combining zone to a multi-residential within the planned development zone. The property owner and the Planning Commission recommending the board take the following actions. 1, adopt the mitigated negative declaration. 2, adopt the mitigation monitoring reporting program. 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance for the rezone. And 4, approve tentative subdivision map.
Thank you. With that, I will open the public hearing. And I would also like to introduce our new planning manager, Andy Flower. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. And Rob, always a pleasure. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. It's a pleasure to be here. So the item before you is the Greenwood Estates project, and the site is located at 2545 Greenwood Lane, and it's between Mary Chase Drive and Cameron Park. Oh, excuse me, it's between Meadow Lane and Mary Chase Drive in the Cameron Park area. The application was submitted by Cameron Glen Estates, LLC. The zoning. And as was mentioned, this is a tentative subdivision map to create 10 parcels, to create 2 duplexes and 3 triplexes on the 10 lots. The general plan for this project is multifamily residential, and the zoning change would be from multi-unit residential with the design review combining zone to multi-unit residential with planned development zone. The aerial map. The surrounding uses in the immediate vicinity of the site include apartments to the south, commercial businesses and vacant land to the north and east, and Camerado Springs Middle School to the west. Also, the Cameron Park Community Services District Community Center and the El Dorado County Library Cameron Park branch are located approximately 700 feet northwest of the project site. Based on the initial study, a mitigated negative declaration with recommended mitigation measures was prepared for the project. Mitigation measures have been incorporated that will reduce environmental impacts to a less than significant level for biological resources, cultural resources, noise, and tribal cultural resources. This project was heard at the January 25th, 2024 Planning Commission hearing. At said hearing, the Planning Commission voted unanimously 5-0 to recommend board approval of this project. In conclusion, staff has determined that the proposed project is consistent with the general plan, the zoning ordinance, and the subdivision map act. Furthermore, staff notes that to date, no comments in opposition to this project has been received. Therefore, staff recommends board supervisors take the following actions. 1, adopt the mitigated negative declaration based on the initial study prepared by staff in accordance with CEQA guidelines. 2, adopt a mitigation monitoring report program in accordance with CEQA guidelines, section 15074D, incorporated as conditions of approval based on the mitigation measures contained in the mitigated negative declaration and initial study. And 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign Ordinance 5198 for rezone Z21-0012, rezoning from multi-unit residential within a design review combining zone, RMDC, to multi-unit residential with a planned development zone, RMPD. And lastly, 4, approve tentative subdivision map TM 21-001, 0001, plan development permit PD 21-0003, rezone Z21-0012, and requested design waivers based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as recommended by the Planning Commission. This concludes staff presentation at this time, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate it. And since this is in Supervisor District 2, Supervisor Turnbull, would you like to
Yeah,
lead us off with any
Yeah,
questions
the
or
only thing that
comments?
I was looking at this and in response, there was some public comments, especially about the drainage problem down, correct? Is that correct or not correct?
I believe the only public comment we received was one in favor of the project.
Just one in favor? Okay. Because I was looking at this thing, and preliminary drainage report was prepared by the Beck Engineering and dated September 20. For evaluation concludes stormwater runoff from potential development would contain water quality protection features. So can you clarify that?
If I may, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So the applicant and the applicant's engineer are here, and so maybe if you have specific questions about the drainage on the site, we can have Ms. Lebec respond to that.
Would that be helpful?
Yeah,
All
that'd be
right.
helpful. Yeah.
Bobby, come on up. So good morning. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning, Bobby Lebec with Lebec Engineering, representing the applicant. I'd like to start out, if I could, by repeating some of the comments that I made at the Planning Commission hearing for your benefit today. We're very thankful to be before you here today. We submitted this project 2 years and 5 months ago, and the property is less than an acre. And so I'm thankful for the new staff that's working on the project. I also have been working in this county for over 37 years, so I feel that I'm in a unique position, or not unique, but in a position to be able to speak to more recent changes in just staff. I know that Planning Director Karen Garner has been working with staff to try to be more responsive. In the last 5 years, I'd say you'd submit a project and then it was in a black hole, shall I say. And if you called or emailed about it, there was just no response. You couldn't get it, and there's nothing you could do about it. So that seems to be changing. So I just wanted to give you that feedback, and we really appreciate that from this side.
And we
of
really
things.
appreciate it from this side, hearing from
Right.
people that are, out in the
Yeah.
field, interfacing on projects. So thank you for that recognition of our staff's,
Yeah.
improvement process.
And so also the rezone again is only to change this from a DC overlay to a PD overlay because of the reduced setbacks on the project. With regard to the drainage, if I could, there's a large culvert behind the project that takes a little bit of the drainage of the back 2 units, but it's a gently sloping parcel that just slopes down to existing Greenwood Lane. I'm unaware of any drainage problems in the area. There are going to be water quality features along the frontage where we're going to be putting the stormwater so it'll be filtered from a water quality standpoint. But otherwise, I'm unaware of any flooding that goes on. There's a big watershed that's in the area that this pipe goes back, and then there's a drainage that comes, but it's way further to the north than this project is. So that's my knowledge of the drainage in the area. So
Thank you for that.
Great.
I can answer any other questions, and the architect is also here if you have any questions about the building.
Wonderful. We'll call you back up if we have
Okay.
questions. Thank you so much, Bobby. Appreciate it. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I have a question relative to any parking restrictions on the actual roadway. I recognize there's 2-car garages and there's the ability to park on that driveway, but if visitors come, are there any restrictions on parking on the side of the road? Which can obviously create problems with emergency vehicle access, because I've experienced that before.
So there's no parking on the street there, but there is parking on Greenwood Lane. And then there are 2-car garages with 2 spots in front of each garage. The houses are set back in a way where it still has that. It just couldn't provide for the 20-foot front setback because of the small size of the project. So
And the other question I have is lots 5 and 6 include the hammerhead emergency vehicle turnarounds. Is that what it is? So when you
Yes.
look at property assessments, that's going to be assessed against those 2 parcels only? Whereas it's
That-
basically a turnaround for everybody, but,
well, it's a turnaround that the fire department wanted, and it's part of Lot A, I believe. Right?
oh, it's a common lot. Okay, because I
It's-
didn't see that on the map I was
Yeah.
looking at here. Okay, so it's a common lot for all Lot A. All right. That answers my question.
Okay. I think that answers it, Bobby.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that
That's
takes
fine,
care of
Rob.
it. That,
Yeah.
I just didn't
Thank
see that
you.
on the mapping here. Thank you. Yep, done.
All right, excellent. Supervisor Parlin or Lane, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Thank you for clarifying that there'll be no parking on this road, which, with the design waiver, we've, decreased the width of the road. So with the no parking, that's not so bad. But I'm just a little disappointed that, we didn't keep any sidewalks or anything. I know it's a small area, but this area is extremely walkable with the school, the library, all the commercial development in this area. And it just seems to me that, I get it when we're out in more rural areas, sidewalks aren't probably needed because people aren't parking on the roads, walking everywhere. But in this type of urban setting, it just seems like we should have kept. That is a complaint, I should say, that you'll hear often when people are talking about Cameron Park as a whole. People do complain that we didn't require sidewalks in a lot of the neighborhoods in the past, and so they're less walkable. So, and I think, Bobby, are you at the podium? Because I know you've been doing.
I am now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just like to point out that there are proposed sidewalks along Greenwood Lane.
Right,
Yeah.
but not
So they
on
are-
not on this cul-de-sac though.
And
Right.
so the entire length of this roadway is like 500 feet. So the people would just walk down to the sidewalk there. To the north of this is actually an expansion of Tumble Time. So that's going to be there, and then it just goes up to the corner where the Tumble Time is and what have you. So we're doing our sidewalk along our frontage for this project.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions, Supervisor Parlin? No, all right. And the comments I have to make, I don't have any questions for you. So thank you. I appreciate you being here. I just want to say, that we often talk about needing various types of housing in El Dorado County. And this is an example of what you can do on a less than an acre lot, which is quite remarkable to me, what you were able to accomplish. This is a modest neighborhood, 10 parcels containing duplex and triplexes, which we greatly need. It is also within a community region, which is, where we have said we are going to grow, where there's infrastructure and there's facilities. It's close, love it that it's close to the community center and library and all kinds of other amenities. And that this project is consistent with our general plan policies. And I just have to say that the way it's designed, I so appreciate that. It is an attractive project with really thoughtfully designed floor plans that the families that live there I think will thoroughly enjoy. So it's just a really nice project that that will fit well, I think, in the area. So thank you for your sensitivity to our community. With that, let's go to public comment on item number 34.
Now taking public comment on item number 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just a couple of comments. Chair, excellent remarks about the need of housing. And so my comments relate to what you've just said. It fits well within the mixed use area, providing with the sidewalks, as Supervisor Parlin has said, that's needed in the general area. This is an important piece of that sidewalk system that will allow the kids to be able to walk safely to school or to the tumbling business that will be close by. There's if you want to be giving some really kudos to the idea behind this project, this definitely would be one of them that would get those kudos. The hammerhead to the point of the fire protection district equipment, I believe that was one of the reasons why the project had initial problems, because they didn't have the hammerhead system, but now they do. And so this meets all the requirements of the fire protection district. And then the final thing that I wanted to comment was that the pavement condition in that general area is, I guess we would give it maybe 50 on a scale, on a pavement condition index scale. It's not that's not that good, but at the same time, utility work will go in the front in the street, and then that'll fix that immediate area to make it better after the project's completed. So those are my comments. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action.
Since it's in my district, I'll move and approve.
Excellent.
I'll second.
Perfect. Any further discussion? All right, let's go ahead and take a vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
I'm going to be a no vote, and I just like the record to reflect it's because I don't think we should have waived the design for sidewalks in front of the houses.
Supervisor Lane, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Parlin registering a no vote.
All right, thank you so much. Excellent. Let's move on then to our department matter, item number 32.
Item number 32 comes from Supervisor Thomas recommending the board, 1, Authorize reconsideration of the action taken on February 6, 2024 to include disbanding the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee and directing staff to no longer pursue any additional changes to the cannabis ordinance. 2, direct the clerk of the board to place an item on a future agenda to reconsider the aforementioned action and provide related direction to staff. And 3, direct staff to stay any action on the ad hoc committee pending final reconsideration.
All right. So this is an item that I brought forward. It's not an item I intended to bring forward, but I'd like to give a brief background as to why. On January 20th, 2024, a public hearing was held to consider amendments to the cannabis ordinance. And at that time, the board did make modifications to the administrative portions of the cannabis program. Those were the low-hanging fruit that we acknowledged. We also directed staff to return to the board on February 6th to create an ad hoc committee to work with the Planning Commission to streamline communication and look at changes. On February 6th, the Board of Supervisors established a cannabis ad hoc committee directly with the purpose of working with staff and the public to study the remaining cannabis ordinance issues, which were setbacks, canopy limits, propagation, and manufacturing especially. At the time, well, actually, let me back up. I am now recommending that we reconsider the action of February 6th to include disbanding the ad hoc committee and direct staff to no longer pursue any changes to the cannabis ordinance. And there's 4 reasons why I am suggesting this. Number 1, the remaining issues regarding the cannabis ordinance that I mentioned are matters which have potential sequent considerations and are complex in nature. They are going to take time. They're going to take time to study, and if the board were to direct changes to them, they will take a lot of time to bring back to the board. As we move further into the 24-25 budget, we continue to hear that our staff resources are highly constrained, and so are our financial resources. And our staff has been asked to make substantial reductions on resources and to do more with less. This board, with this item and with the action taken last week, we would be asking staff to do more with less, much more with less. For example, last week, as the board considered the general plan 2016-2025 year review, that was a in-depth and robust discussion. I don't think any of us quite knew where that discussion was going to go. But at the end of it, we directed staff to, first of all, reach out to all of us prior to the work plan, the long-range planning matrix coming back to the board, to get all of our thoughts on what changes we see need to be made to the general plan. And as staff works through the direction that our board will be given them in the next couple of months, they'll bring back recommendations on either doing a targeted general plan amendment or a comprehensive general plan amendment, which we all know is onerous in nature and will take a great deal of staff time and resources. We've asked them to, let us know what, where the budget for that is going to come and where we're going to get the time to do that. But that seems to be a priority of this board. When we directed work on the cannabis ordinance, at that time, we weren't necessarily considering a targeted or comprehensive general plan amendment at this time. Also, the direction of February 6th, which was to establish an ad hoc committee, was given without consideration for staffing and workload levels of our minimal staff. And since we took that action, I reached out to our planning department and discovered, I knew this, but I hadn't put it together, that we have one person in charge of our cannabis program. And staff said we could either use that staff to facilitate the timely, processing of submitted cannabis applications, which we have, or we can have him work on changes to the ordinance. But that to do both would be very, very challenging. And so for that reason, it caused me pause to step back and say, and ask, have a conversation among us today and with the community, but with this board, what is most important to us this year in terms of these limited resources? And as I have continued to consider this, I went back in and figured out what it takes to reconsider an item. And in order to reconsider an item, the person that voted in favor of it has to bring it back. And generally, there's in the staff report, it's listed what items need to be made for reconsideration. And to me, the rules for reconsideration that apply here state that the Board of Supervisors may at any time reconsider an action previously taken, provided the board finds that substantial new evidence exists, which was not considered at the time the action was previously taken. And once again, to me, I am thinking that my priorities would be a general plan amendment and working on that, not making changes to the cannabis ordinance at this time. So that's where I land, and I bring us back to my colleagues for consideration. Now, once again, I do want to clarify that the action before us today is not to relitigate the cannabis ordinance. It is not to discuss what's in the cannabis ordinance. I want to be very clear about that. Today, the direction of the board is to simply say, does the board want to bring this back at a future time to actually consider disbanding it? So do we want to reconsider this item? And so County Council, do you have any further clarification?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to jump in just to say that point, that today is simply to authorize the reconsideration of the matter. I can appreciate that the reasons why you might choose to authorize reconsideration and then the substantive discussion have some overlap. So I do recognize that. But the action today would simply be to authorize a future agenda item at which time the board would consider taking action to disband the ad hoc committee and take any of the other actions that are indicated in the title of the agenda today.
Thank you for that clarification. I felt I needed to go into the reasons why I was even bringing this back at all. But once again, those conversations will come back at a later time if the board wishes to or not, depending on how the board wants to move forward today. So I open this up for discussion with my colleagues.
I'll wait till after public.
Okay. Supervisor Heidel.
I have a question relative to the ad hoc that was set up for the Planning Commission. If we take action on this and disband the portion of the ad hoc, which is the Board of Supervisors, does the Planning Commission ad hoc continue, or do they have to separately disband? How does that integrated process work? It's always been confusing to me of how we have two organizations that have a combined ad hoc, but.
Good question.
Yeah, I think they are separate actions, as I think you are alluding to. Whether the Planning Commission would choose to continue down the path that they started on, should the board choose to disband its ad hoc and discontinue further action, I think is somewhat of an unanswered question at this time, one that we might want to be better prepared to address should this matter come back. But again, since this board is the one that makes those policy decisions, it would seem that for the Planning Commission to follow the path that they've started on would be somewhat unnecessary if the board is choosing a different path.
Thank you for that. And if they were to choose to pursue it, I assume the staff commitment would be similar whether the board is part of the ad hoc or not. Is that kind of the assumption we have to make?
Well, yeah, I guess we could figure it out. I think that the intent of the board action, if the board were to follow this approach, would be to discontinue the efforts in recognition of limited staff resources. So I think the board would be providing some direction to its staff to not provide time to that. Again, if the planning commissioners themselves, without staff support beyond the establishment of meetings, wanted to continue to study it, I think that might be a separate question for the planning commission to consider.
And lastly, my question is related to CEQA. I'm reading different opinions on the requirement for CEQA relative to these items. Do you have any comments on interpretation of what level of CEQA is required as we move through these last four items if we go forward?
I don't actually. I think that all that's been indicated thus far is that they would need to be analyzed to determine what level of CEQA review would be required.
Okay.
I think maybe the one thing I can say with certainty is that the action must definitely be considered in light of CEQA. Whether what level of review, however, is the question that we just can't answer at this point.
TBD. Okay. Very good. Those are my questions.
Those are good questions. I hadn't thought about how this might pair in with the planning commission's ad hoc. Thank you for that clarification. Supervisor Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is with regards to the staff person that has been referred to a couple of different times. Is not that person completely paid for by the cannabis industry?
Maybe perhaps Karen, can you perhaps offer some light on that? Thanks for being with us.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. To be honest, I would have to check that. They definitely charge their time as they're working on cannabis projects to the applicant. We can and occasionally do, if their workload allows, might assign them a small planning project because this particular person had previously worked in our permit center and can handle other projects, and then would charge their time then to that project applicant.
And are you aware of how many applications are currently being worked on by this particular person?
We have, and I don't have the list in front of me, but I believe there's about 6 that we're working on. And that is a combination of, I think, a couple of retail and a few more commercial grow sites.
Okay, I know that that's a little bit off the subject matter, so I apologize for that. But since the staff time has been brought up, I think it's important that we recognize that according to the ordinance that I've read, this person is paid for by the cannabis industry. So it's not as if it's taking away from El Dorado County staff time. And I just want to make sure I'm accurate on that, Ms. Garner.
Yes, and I guess just to clarify again, most of the projects that our staff works on, we charge our time directly to whatever project they're working on. So for example, if my cannabis person, if they got through all the applications, had some free time, we'd assign them to another project, they would charge their time to that project.
But the cannabis person that we're talking about was hired primarily to only do the cannabis work.
Correct. And that is what they primarily do. So it's only if there is, a gap between projects that they would work on other ones. Right now, he's working exclusively on cannabis projects because of the volume that we have.
I have our CAO wants to weigh in on this too.
I think just a point of clarification. So the staff member that's processing the cannabis permits is billing back to the applicant for the processing of their application. What the board is asking is an amendment to the ordinance. That would be an effort that would have to be paid for in some other way, likely general fund, because we cannot utilize the applicant's funding, right? The processing to do what the board's directing us to do. So I think that's the crux of the.
Yes.
That is correct. And so we do collect like annual permit fees, and those I believe do go into the general fund. However, at this point in time, based on the volume, that's probably not going to cover the cost of, the analysis that we'd need to do for CEQA and looking at hiring a firm to review that. So I guess another point of clarification, we have staff that can do certain levels of CEQA analysis on certain types of projects. We don't yet have the expertise, in this particular, the cannabis. We still rely on outside CEQA to help us with that because it is so specialized and, changing that we must use outside help to help with the CEQA review and analysis and put together any CEQA documents that we need.
I believe our Ag Commissioner, Leanne Mila, was wanting to weigh in.
Ah!
Good morning, Leanne. I can't hear you. Were you wanting to weigh in on this issue of staff resources? No, I don't think so. Okay, I apologize, Supervisor Lane.
No, that's okay. I thought she was trying to chime in also, so that's okay. I do want to maybe make some comments right now that I think my colleagues will probably wait for the public to weigh in to maybe make some of their comments, but I just want to state that, you know, I've been working with El Dorado County now for 16 months, so I'm still the freshman and still the newbie here. But I'm seeing a pattern of when we don't like what we're seeing or we don't like what we're hearing from the public or matters that are complicated, that we tend to eliminate what we maybe deem as the source of the problem. And you know, I'm not gonna, you know, mince words here, but you know, the elimination of the Human Rights Commission because we kind of didn't like what they were doing. Same thing happened with economic development. This cannabis, I've heard a lot about cannabis in the 16 months that I've been here. And it's clear to me that this issue is problematic. It's problematic to get through the system. Now we're getting, you know, requests to waive certain aspects of it. It needs attention. Cannabis potentially in El Dorado County could be a real significant economic driver. And pushing it to the wayside is not helpful. It needs to be addressed, and we need the public's input to be able to address it as well. And, you know, we put together this ad hoc committee. One of the reasons why I wanted to be a part of it is because, first of all, I think I bring some significant experience, but I'm also very neutral. I don't really have a dog in the fight, but I definitely see this as an issue that needs attention. And if not now, then when? It's been dragging on for, I don't know, years now. It was reviewed by the public and voted on, back in 2018. So I don't think that kicking the can down the road is a good idea. And I also would like to mention that with regards to reconsideration, I think it shouldn't be indefinite. You know, there should be a period of time in which if you get additional information that lends you to believe that you want to change your vote on something, I like that that's a possibility is when you vote in the majority, but for it not to have some kind of time constraint on it, we took this action 2 months ago. We have a meeting scheduled for the 15th of April. We have a public meeting scheduled for the 30th of April. You know, we're working through this very difficult process, and it feels like not only did the rug get pulled out from underneath a process that hadn't even started, but it just feels a little bit, you know, fishy to me that it's kind of played out the way it has. So I just wanted to make those comments for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Lane. I appreciate, these are always complex discussions. Thank you for that. Supervisor Parlin, do you have anything at this point?
Supervisor Lane, a lot of your words really triggered me. And I'm gonna just bite my tongue right now. Supervisor Thomas, thank you for bringing this. A lot has happened since February 6th, the day that we excuse me, the day that we created the ad hoc. And we are asking a lot of our staff more and more, and we really need to focus on what the priorities are for the county. And I think that people are misunderstanding. It sounds like everybody's thinking that this one cannabis person's going to do all the CEQA work and all the work. It doesn't work like that. When you're updating an ordinance and I mean, just look at the ranch marketing, how many departments were involved with that and how much effort that took. So we're asking a lot of our staff, and I think we need to get our priorities a little bit focused. So thank you, Supervisor Thomas.
All right, thank you. At this point, we will open public comment, but before we do that, I see Sheriff Lykoff is in the audience. Sheriff, at this point, I'd like to invite you up if you have any comments at this time. Since you came all the way down here to be with us, we appreciate it. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Board. Just briefly, listening to all the conversation about this over the past several months. I just want to remind everybody that when we talk about economic driving force and staff time and commitment and whatnot, October 23rd was one of the darkest days of in the history of our agency, and probably the darkest day in my 34-year career here at the Sheriff's Office, when we lost Deputy Brian Ishmael. And after that, we had to live with our new norm, and that was life without Brian and the tragedy. For those that don't know, he was killed in a illegal marijuana grow. But it was after that that I watched Sheriff DeAugustini go through the anguish and the emotions that he went through. And as an agency, we vowed to go out and look at every illegal marijuana grow. That was people growing over their allotment of plants, and pull every illegal marijuana plant in the county, which we did. And it was very, very hard work. And it took us about 2 years, but we finally feel that we are at a point now where, because of our efforts, that we've made El Dorado County a safer place for people that are law abiding, just want to go out and own their homes and own their property, and safer for our children in this county. So, and I go back to a Board of Supervisors meeting that was a few months ago, where I was listening online, and I was incensed when I heard somebody say, hey, we're a mom and pop operation and we just want to get in the game, because this is not a game we're playing. And again, going back to all the hard work that we at the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office has done after losing Brian, and ridding our county of marijuana plants, illegal marijuana plants. I take offense to that. This is just a game that people are trying to get into. And again, I go back to, we've made our county a safer place because of all the hard work that our people have gone out and done over the past couple of years. And so I just wanted to remind everybody of that. So thank you.
We greatly appreciate your efforts. I think this board shares your goal of having a healthy, safe community. Yeah. Thank you for being with us this morning. All right, with that, let's open public comment. And once again, I'd like to remind you, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, but once again, this is just, should the board reconsider this item at a future date or not? That is all we are talking about today. So, and when it comes back at another, if it comes back at another type, that's when you can share all the ins and outs and nuts and bolts of this item. So come on down. Good morning.
Now taking public comment on item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining. And again, when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Todd Moore. I live on DeAgostini Drive in District 2. I think this is a prudent move that you are proposing. The county is going to have a time of very limited resources ahead, unfortunately. I think you also have to consider that even though the cannabis ordinance was adopted in 2018, we're very early in the process of actually considering applications pursuant to that ordinance that was approved by the people. what the ad hoc committee was looking at were three very important aspects that were sold to the voters, that these are going to be small farms, they're going to be significantly set back from property lines, and it's not going to include any heavy manufacturing. Now we're already, before we've approved more than a handful of these things, talking about adopting a committee to change all of those things. And I think that is a thing that the board needs to be very cautious about. And so I think reconsideration is important. I think it would be worthwhile to let a few more of these applications play out through the process so that we can be sure that we accurately identify what are the problems with the ordinance after it's been in application. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Randy Rossi. I'm representing the Fair Play Winery Association, and we have been in very close consultation with the El Dorado Winery Association. Collectively, we represent 60 wineries and over 500,000 acres in vineyards. Surprisingly, we just learned of these commercial marijuana grows being in our areas, our American viticultural areas that are federally established, hard to obtain, a huge marketing component to our industry. We weren't even consulted on the ordinance. We just learned of the possibility of commercial marijuana grows in our American viticultural areas. There are huge questions that we have relative to water consumption, transference of mold, odors, and how that might affect our grapes, which are very sensitive to odors. They haven't been answered. And so you're absolutely right. It's going to take quite a bit of staff time before we remove our opposition and stop pounding on the table, having not been consulted in this. We have a lot of questions that really must be answered. We're a major stakeholder in this, haven't been consulted, and the spinoff industries that are associated with our industry represents many hundreds of millions of dollars in operations. So yes, we would support further delving into these issues so that our concerns can be addressed. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, so my name's Adolph Sorky, and actually the process does need to be picked up. It's been since 2016 that it was voted for. So today I stand before you to address the important matter that concerns the democratic process upon which our country is built on, and shed light on an industry that has the potential to mirror the substance of our beloved wine industry. It is your responsibility as the Board of Supervisors to uphold the will of the people, to respect their decision, and to ensure that the voice of the voting community is heard and not ignored. I am here to emphasize that it is your duty to support and facilitate the implementation of the legalized cannabis industry as mandated by the voters of El Dorado County. 2016, the residents of El Dorado County spoke loud and clear when they voted in favor of Prop 64, which legalized the recreational use of cannabis in the state of California. This was not a decision made lightly, but rather the result of a democratic process that allowed the voices of the community to be heard. It is your sole duty to honor and respect the outcome of the democratic process. Just like the wine industry, the cannabis industry has a rich history that dates back centuries. Cannabis, also known as marijuana, has also been for medical and recreational purpose across cultures and civilizations. With the changing global attitude towards cannabis, we have an opportunity to tap into the market, create thriving industry right here in our own county. By putting up roadblocks hindering that go against the will of the people, you are only degrading their votes, but also undermining the principle of democracy that has country stands for. You have the responsibility to ensure that the decisions made by our community are respected, and even though they may not align with your personal beliefs or opinions. The wine industry has not only contributed significantly to our economic, but has also become a symbol of our regions. I'm going to skip ahead because we're running out of time here.
15 seconds.
In consideration, it is imperative that we uphold the will of the people who voted to legalize cannabis in El Dorado County. We must not put up roadblocks or hinder
Thank
the
you.
success of implementation of the legalized industry.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else? Come on down. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
My name is Michael Morielli, and I'd like to thank the board for recognizing the importance and concerns surrounding the commercial cannabis growth issue. Supervisor Thomas? On March 5th of this year, during our appeal of the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve David Hardy's commercial cannabis project, you said, and forgive me if I paraphrase for the amount of time, that while you understood how we felt about having a growth next door, you might even agree that you wouldn't like a growth next in your backyard. The board cannot rule on the basis of feelings, but must decide on the basis of law. I understood, I didn't agree with the ultimate decision, but nonetheless, I understood the interpretation. So I applaud and support this recommendation to disband the ad hoc committee and to follow the ordinances as they were written and approved by the voters. In our most recent applications, it seems the Planning Commission staff has gone out of their way to help push these through. I now understand, based on what I just heard moments ago, that they were taxed time-wise and probably did not have the time necessary to truly dig into the facts of the application. And so they accepted NMDs as a way to move things along. I much concerned, however, of the neighbors and the communities where these are going to be placed centers around the waiver of the guidelines and restrictions as they were written in the ordinances. So part of your recommendation is not only to disband the ad hoc, but also to follow the guidelines as they were written. And I applaud that as well. I'm going to cut short all the other stuff. There's a lot of people that want to talk, but I just want to say thank you again for your time. Thank you for your proposal, and I support it full-heartedly.
Thanks for your comments. Is there anyone else? Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. We did come to you last month. I have some pictures for you today. We pleaded with you to stay within the ordinance of the David Hardy. You didn't stay within that ordinance, so we're hoping in further considerations of these applicants, would you keep the ordinance? Give no more variance. You are putting them in our schools. You, John, said that the one didn't approve, even though it wasn't 1,500 feet from the bus stop. Didn't qualify.
We're actually not going back on that.
Okay, it didn't
the
qualify
application,
because
though,
of the
it's-
bus stop. I don't have a bench either, so I must not qualify as a bus stop after 40 years. My bus stop is only used
I ask
on
you to stick to the,
Wednesdays.
whether we reconsider or not.
Bus stops are very important. Ordinances are very important. This is a commercial cannabis. It is a drug. All businesses have ordinances. You ask them to stay within ordinance. Please do not compare cannabis to apples, oranges, pears, and walnuts, or grapes. It is still a drug. We're asking you to protect our families, keep ordinance, and protect us and serve all the families, just like you would any community service, like a grocery store. They have ordinance. Any small pop-in store, gas station, we all have ordinance in all businesses. This might be a business, but at the same time, it's a drug, that it's not a resource for all families in El Dorado County. We'd truly like you to do research, review, keep ordinance, not allowed any variance for these. Because again, it is a drug It's not an apple, an orange, or a grape. It's a drug. And we are families in El Dorado County that have worked hard in the grape, the apples. Ordinance are important on those businesses. Let's keep this as a business, and ordinance don't allow variances. Keep our families safe and keep El Dorado County, not Humboldt. Do reviews, research on the counties that did not succeed with these. Napa County, Santa Barbara County, Calaveras County had a very bad problem of hostages that they went and recruited from Home Depot, kept them on their property. One got free, thank God, because they still have their lives. But they were being kept on a commercial cannabis to harvest. And all they did was go for a job in Home Depot, got picked up and was kept there as a hostage. Do research of Santa Barbara, Napa, Mendocino, Calaveras, all these counties that have failed. And please keep ordinance just like you do on the other businesses. We love our El Dorado County, and we love you to work for us and keep us as a family, El Dorado County. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments. Good morning.
I've had a little trouble down ramps.
No problem. I know they're a little tricky.
Thank you for hearing our concerns, and I would like to make some suggestions for that ad hoc. CCNRs, I'm Barry Roback from River Pines Estates. CCNRs of residential subdivisions must be upheld. We realize the county does not enforce CCNRs, but must notify permit applicants if they appear to be against their use. The CCNRs are presented to the county by the developer for a reason. You wouldn't even consider this use if it was Blackstone in El Dorado Hills or Greenstone in El Dorado County. Number two, let the current ordinances run their course before you change them. You don't even know if they work yet. And number three, after a harvest, the cannabis should be brought to a centralized location for processing to remove the plants from the residential areas as quickly as possible, just like as is done with agriculture silos and close to transit and stuff. And variances should be more difficult to get. The applicant can always make their grow smaller to meet the requirements. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments. Once again, I just want to remind everyone, we're not getting into the nitty gritty of any changes. We're just asking whether we should reconsider the action taken to create the ad hoc committee and further study those issues. So, good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Kevin McCarty, resident of Somerset, CEO of Archon Farms and member of the El Dorado County Growers Alliance. I'd like to begin by expressing tremendous disappointment that we are here today considering the abandonment of the meaningful progress made over the last year, not just to help farming entrepreneurs in the local cannabis industry, but to make a functional ordinance to realize the voters' intent in 2018 and the multifaceted benefits to our county, from budget revenue to eliminating the illegal marijuana market which prevails in our schools today. I am also a bit perplexed as to the reason for today's motion, as the existence of the ad hoc committee does not guarantee that all the proposed revisions will be enacted, nor that any of them will be enacted. It is merely the next step to evaluate the proposed impact of them and refer back to you as a board a logical course of action or not. It is also, as far as I know, is not predicated solely on helping the industry, but addressing all of the outstanding concerns, including the environmental concerns of residents. Both parties in that case are united in calling for a full environmental impact report, which would benefit staff by reducing review burdens, residents by addressing secret aspects in depth, and applicants by ensuring small businesses can thrive in El Dorado County without millions of dollars in corporate backing. Among the many cogent and insightful comments by Supervisor Lane this morning included was the point that the ordinance ensures fees paid by applicants will cover any staff costs. So it does not make sense to me to abandon the ad hoc on that basis. From the applicant's point of view, letting staff do this work is absolutely a sacrifice we are willing to make. Chair Thomas, I have disagreed with some of the decisions you have made over the years at times, but I have grown to greatly respect your level-headed approach to controversial topics with intense community concern. In light of that admirable track record, I can only interpret today's motion as waving the white flag of surrender, admitting defeat before bullying forces, whether they be a small group of residents adamant against any form of cannabis, legal or not, or political forces catering to that prejudice. Ironically, the greatest beneficiary of this motion, should it move forward, are the illegal drug dealers currently supplying our kids with untested marijuana products, some of which have claimed lives due to being laced with fentanyl. No minor is able to buy cannabis from a licensed dispensary, nor will any licensed cultivator supply it to them by proxy. Every product is thoroughly tested to ensure responsible adults are consuming safely, as is their right in a free country, and sanctioned by the voters nearly 6 years ago. Today, we have one grower operating, and it is the result of contradictions and deficiencies, which unfortunately were baked into the cake of the existing ordinance. Please let the good work done over the last year proceed forward with the ad hoc committee, regardless of whether any improvements are ultimately suggested or enacted, to ensure all of El Dorado County can know that their board respects their concerns and sincerely wants the best for its residents, children, sheriff's deputies, and agricultural entrepreneurs. Thank you and have a great day.
Thanks for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Cami Moriali, and I live in Somerset, and I support this agenda item. I do think that now is not the time to make changes in ordinances. I think we need to reflect back. I think it is a too immature, unstable business. And I think that one of the reasons that I'm here is because my neighbor's cannabis grow was given the setback, the shrink to setback, and that caused a ton of mitigation, the fans, the sprays, and all that. So I think that that's one really important example to share, because if our neighbor would have stayed within the setbacks that were voted by us, then I may not be as disturbed, but it is very disturbing that these all of this additional mitigation has to be done because the setback line has been reduced. I also wanted to point out that my experience over the last 2 months with these cannabis projects reveals that there really is a lot of inexperience and lack of knowledge in the county. And also it sounds like probably a little bit of, staffing issues, not enough time, like my husband said, not enough time to really fully dig in and vet things. And so I think things have been decided on and prematurely. So I also, there are some rumors out there, and that the county is a bit weakened by the risk of subsequent lawsuits from the Growers Alliance. So I just wanted to say that that's kind of the community buzz, and if that's right or wrong, it doesn't matter, but that is one of the buzzes going out there. I really think it's important that the county fearlessly invoke the full EIR and not listen to the noise from the cannabis growers. And to accept for every single one of these projects the less than significant and the mitigated negative declaration is doing a disservice. So the project in my neighborhood is being evaluated the same as the project that is on 150 acres with a 3,000-foot setback. But the project in my community is surrounded by 20 houses and rich in resources, water tributaries, etc. So I really urge you guys to enforce this EIR. You really need to know more information. And the last thing I wanted to say is thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. All right. Is there anyone else before we go online? All right. Seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Lee Tannenbaum.
Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. I come before you today to address our collective concerns regarding agenda item 24-0688. It's with a heavy heart that we find ourselves witnessing a shift in the commitments made by the Board of Supervisors, seemingly driven by reasons that lack coherence and rationality, and appear to be politically motivated. The primary issues cited revolve around CEQA compliance and the purported lack of staff resources. However, it's essential to clarify that what the El Dorado Cannabis Ordinance mandates that all activities be funded by the industry. With substantial financial contributions from industry applicants, it's evident that the county is benefiting financially. Yet, despite this, the allocation of staff resources to the cannabis division remains inadequate, with the assigned personnel dedicating a fraction of their time to cannabis-related work. Moreover, much of the groundwork has already been laid by the Planning Commission, minimizing the additional workload. The purpose of the ad hoc committee is to identify potential policy changes and ordinance improvements, a task that's near completion. Therefore, the decision to defer action is not a viable solution, especially considering the acknowledged flaws in the existing ordinance by all of you. Regarding CEQA concerns, it's crucial to understand that while CEQA mandates inform decision-making on environmental impacts, not all ordinance changes are going to trigger its requirements. The California Supreme Court has clarified that counties and cities may modify ordinances without triggering CEQA unless a significant environmental impact is anticipated. As the general plan undergoes updates requiring an environmental impact report, integrating cannabis-related concerns into this process would really streamline efforts and avoid redundant assessments. So let's not waste a good EIR. However, beyond the technicalities, it's imperative to address the broader implications of your actions. The pattern of using land use hearings as platforms for political posturing risks draining taxpayer dollars, defending against inevitable legal challenges. Moreover, the perpetuation of a flawed ordinance not only invites lawsuits, but also fosters the growth of the illegal cannabis market that our sheriff just talked about, undermining regulatory efforts and compromising public safety. As representatives entrusted with carrying out the will of the people, it's paramount to prioritize the interests of the community over political or personal biases. The overwhelming support for cannabis legalization in our county underscores the importance of upholding commitments made to the public. In conclusion, I implore this board to reconsider the reconsideration on this agenda item and take decisive action to address the acknowledged flaws in the ordinance. Let us uphold our duty to the community and work towards a responsible and sustainable cannabis industry in El Dorado consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Carolyn Clary.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for addressing this important issue. The commercial cannabis program throughout the state is extremely complex and not perfectly organized. The allure of a huge tax revenue is deceiving. Prices are dropping. And this is not simply a legal versus illegal cannabis issue. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. We have to do legally. Conflicts of interest have been identified and must be addressed, involving both applicants and decision makers. District 2 and 3 must be represented if you do an ad hoc committee, since we are dealing with the majority of these projects. El Dorado Hills is not likely going to ever have a commercial cannabis project, so I don't think it's fair to have only the districts who are unlikely to have a project involved in the decision making. The current law must be followed until the ordinances have been changed and approved by the people. Mitigation measures must be included in the NMDs related to their projects to properly address environmental impacts. The cannabis applicants should be held accountable in adjusting their grow size, not pushing the limits of setbacks. So I do actually agree with the cannabis growers that a programmatic CEQA or EIR might be helpful because it would address a lot of the common themes. But I also think we have to pay a whole lot more attention to who is providing the environmental impact studies. An applicant or a Growers Alliance associate should not be allowed to provide any environmental assessment. I think that taints the entire project and opens everything up for a big question mark as to what the validity of the whole thing. So I also think that you should really seriously think about looking at Helix, because I think they should have picked up some of these conflicts of interest also. And I think there are better companies out there who can actually do a more concise and thorough job of evaluating assessments to help your staff who probably are very overtaxed. So again, thank you for addressing the issue. We in the community are trying not to be anti-cannabis, but actually pro safe growing. And I think we have to focus a whole lot more on the communities and not just putting the focus on how much money the cannabis growers have spent so far. They knew going into this that they had a chance of not getting approved. So using the money as a pressure against you is not fair either. So thank you so much for all you're doing.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. Just a few comments. As a public speaker, I will say on the subject, as mentioned by the chair, about the purpose of today's item. I agree with the right of the chair to bring this item to the board for reconsideration, but I disagree with the chair's position on why this matter should be reconsidered because of the following. One, black market cannabis continues to be an issue in El Dorado County. Ryan Ishmael was killed by black market violators on an illegal grow. Nothing's going to change that. If we would have had an ordinance in place with farms that were legal and would have gone through all of what we've done to get to where we are today, Brian would still be alive. I do not believe this would have happened otherwise. Number two, the county has millions of dollars of consultant services doing work for the county successfully. That is, we're leveraging our resources by hiring professional, competent contractors. And that process has been part of the county's business for years and continues to be. Number three, open market regulated cannabis is important to the county and to public safety. Number four, open market regulated cannabis is a business, not a crime. Number five, the sheriff's staff has reviewed the security plans for approved farms. Any farm that comes before the planning commission is potentially set up with the sheriff's okay that this project can go forward. Number five, setbacks, canopy limits, propagation, and manufacturing are all necessary additions to the existing ordinance. Number six, after 2 years of public workshops and hours of discussion, it seems that the public is now just getting involved. I can't believe that people are making comments like it's not happened before. This discussion has happened over and over again and will continue to happen. To close, I believe the board should choose not to reconsider their action of February the 6th. I believe that the speakers who have talked about not supporting this item have done a good job explaining why they feel that this is improper and should not happen. Thank you very much for the time and the consideration.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Mike P.
Good morning.
Mike, can you unmute yourself, please?
Mike, you're still muted. Can we go into the next caller and then revisit that? Thank you.
Now taking public comment, and I'll have to spell it out. It's SDKARLL.
Good morning.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
We certainly can. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I agree to disband the ad hoc committee. There has been too many deviations from the original current ordinance. There have been many workarounds in regards to setbacks, the size of grows, mitigations, and also water usage. And you know, basing data off very old studies, 20 plus years, shows that there has been a lack of resources, and that this really needs to be corrected. So all concerns, or I say all concessions, have really been given to the growers during this process. And there have been multiple conflicts of interest that have been identified since then. These deviations are not based on data. These deviations were based on opinions. And without data, it's just an opinion. And we have to dig deeper than that. We have to know what are the ramifications of these grows. This data needs to be supported by CEQA and full EIRs with the conflict of interest removed from that data. So I would like for this committee to move forward with the proposal to disband the ad hoc committee, and let's resolve these issues for once and for all so we can move on from this. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Zoom user.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is John Wark. I live in Pilot Hill, and I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing how important this issue is to the public. And I agree with the agenda item to disband the ad hoc committee at this time and to direct the staff to uphold the ordinances for the existing applications. I agree that there seem to be willy-nilly variances being doled out. And in my own personal experience, as I look over these issues, it seems to me that the state had this great idea to move forward with creating a commercial cannabis enterprise as an economic driver statewide. And that was the primary intent. Everyone wanted to get this industry up and going and established. And we ignored many, many underlying problems that are only just now coming to the surface. And largely this is a result of the cannabis association's work in our county. They filed a lawsuit. The county, really to the mystification of many of us, agreed to settle it. And I attended the first public board, planning board meeting following the settlement of that lawsuit. And the first thing that was done was that the Cannabis Association introduced a redlined version of the ordinances that amounted to a wholesale rewriting of the ordinances. If one is interested, curious about why the public is only now getting involved, it's because suddenly we see cannabis pushing really hard to get a more liberal reading of the ordinances, improvements to the ordinances for cannabis. They are ignoring the deaths on cannabis grows statewide that have been reported by the Los Angeles Times. Something like 30 workers on these grows died from carbon monoxide poisoning in a 5-county area. They are ignoring the problems with pesticides. Someone with cannabis mentioned the testing that goes on. There are major problems with the testing that the state is discovering right now. They're closing down a lot of the state labs that are doing the testing. We have many problems that are systemic right now to this new industry. I'm not against the industry. I'm against not addressing these health and welfare and environmental issues now when we can, as we should, and in depth, without it being driven by cannabis. Let's have the public fully involved. I made many recommendations for changes to the ordinances. They were ignored, while cannabis's recommendations were eagerly taken up by the planning board. And I think that's wrong. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning. I believe you're muted still, Kelly. Can you unmute yourself, Kelly?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No.
I had thought I wasn't gonna make it, so I don't even know what I'm gonna say now. The first thing I want to address is understanding. I appreciated Brooke's comments that often it is really hard to make a decision based on the public's reaction and, you know, sticking to proper constitutional rights, land use rights, and everything. But on the other hand, I also am a strong proponent that you are the voice of the people. And within those boundaries, you are still, you know, obligated to react accordingly to what your constituents are looking for you to do on their behalf. So a pause does not mean gone. I'm appreciative that what I understand you're saying is that you're looking for a pause, because a lot of times what I feel is happening is we're jumping so many guns and then going backwards into what are the, you know, potential environmental impacts, neighborhood effects, safety, and all of that. So if what I'm hearing is correct, is what we're saying is no one is looking to abate somebody's land use constitutional rights, blah, blah, blah. But what we're doing is we're saying, let's take a pause, because we want to make sure if we are moving forward with ordinances or allotments, that we are doing so to avoid all of those issues. And yes, lawsuit is a very big concern of mine on a financial, because obviously legal services are much more expensive than a planning staff worker. So we certainly don't want to go backwards in that direction. So if what I'm hearing correctly is that we're looking at taking a pause and not necessarily saying we're looking to omit or make it go away forever and now we're going to have a bunch of lawsuits, I would be in support of us taking that pause, going backwards, and then working towards making sure that the ordinances and the regulations are all in place so that moving forward, it's a much cleaner surface. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Tracy will be the last caller, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Mike P.
Good morning. Mike, can you unmute yourself? Mike P? You're up if you could unmute yourself. Not seeing. Let's go on to Mike.
Now taking public comment from Mike.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Good. So I just wanted to agree with agenda number 32 to go ahead and disband the ad hoc committee. There's just, I just don't believe it. This is the right time to allow the variances and all these ordinances. Everybody else is held up to them. Why would they be getting the growers? Why would they be getting a special exception? The other thing that I would like to address is the conflict of interest. One of the committee members actually had received campaign donations from one of the growers, yet she refused to, or she did not recuse herself from the voting. It seems to me that some of the folks had a different agenda when it came to hearing from the public. They were more in support of the growers, which is fine. I mean, that's going to happen. but it just seems like the rest of us didn't really have a fair voice. One of the other issues that I have is I was actually against this from the very beginning. And when I had called in, I was basically shut down by one of the members. I think it was Chris Payne. He didn't even allow me to finish my statement. I just don't feel that that was fair. He had his own mind made up even before I was able to finish what I wanted to say. One of the other callers that called in and said that these grows are legal and there's the black market cannabis is the problem. It's not just the black market cannabis, it's cannabis across the board that's the problem. There is on a regular basis, I wouldn't say a daily basis, but there's facilities that are robbed, that are legal distribution centers. The public probably doesn't hear a lot about this stuff, but it is happening. And of course, they're not going to address it because they don't want that black mark on them. I'm sorry, I got to get back to my notes here. I wasn't really prepared this morning. I had something else going on. Oh yeah, the operating permit renewal, to change that from the 2-year up to 3-year.
This is just whether the board considers ordinance or the ad hoc.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. Well, I guess that's pretty much all I'll have to say then. I just hope that the ad hoc committee is just go ahead and just disband that and just go back to
Thank you.
staying with the ordinances.
Sounds good. Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, so I'm against pausing the ad hoc committee. I think that we've been doing this for years now. We have had a lawsuit. I believe there were things in that settlement that were supposed to be addressed. I'm not sure that they have been. I haven't kept up completely with that stuff, but when things are hard, we don't want to make decisions. You have a decision to make and you don't want to make the wrong one. And it's just easier sometimes to put it on the shelf. And that doesn't bring progress and change and fix things. So I think to just disband this committee that you guys carefully curated, I think we have a decent group of people on there, and I don't understand what the pause is for. When we're trying to fix things, we have to do something, and doing nothing is not an option. I do believe we're the only county in the state, correct me someone if I'm wrong, that has the setbacks start at the property line or the premise instead of the grow line, or the property line instead of the grow line. That doesn't make sense to me. If you have 100 acres, somebody wants to put a little 10,000 square foot in the middle of their property, that should start at that line. So that's something that I think should be addressed. That's one of the main things I think needs to be addressed. I think we need to keep the ad hoc committee and continue to move forward and resolve the problems that we have already established exist. I also support the countywide cannabis EIR. I think that would eliminate a lot of issues that we're seeing. I also want to remind everybody that, George Turnbull got a donation from cannabis growers as well, but everybody's hot on Lexi, recusing herself. But we need to look at everybody if we're going to do that. And regardless of how they vote or speak about things. And once again, we need to keep the ad hoc committee and move forward. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. I'll bring this back to the board for any further discussion or action, and recognizing we're bumping up against our 11 a.m. Additional hearings. So any further comments by board members? I'll go to my colleagues online, Supervisor Parlin and Lane. Any further comments?
If we do end up bringing this back, could we have staff bring back, there was a lot of statements made that may be incorrect, or questions asked. So if we do bring it back, can we get some of those answered so that we're dealing with some reality, I guess, next when if it's voted to come back?
All right. Any particular items in general that you heard, Supervisor Parlin?
Well, there was one that said that all the work's already been done by the planning commission. I don't understand that. Planning commission wasn't authorized to do anything on their own. And again, this notion that staff is paid for by the cannabis industry, that's only for their project, not for, we need some clarity on this. What would it take? Because again, when we do an ordinance, we're going to have to use our planning and building staff. Ag will probably be involved. It's much bigger than I think people are making it, but if we could have some clarity on that, that would be helpful. I think those were the two that I wrote down anyway, but statements like that, if anybody else picked up on any that might need some clarification if we do end up discussing this more.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, wonderful. All right, Supervisor Heidel.
We're going to go to Supervisor Lane or
Yeah.
Supervisor Lane, did you have additional comments?
I'll just make one very brief comment, and that is, just listening to public comment just demonstrates that this is a really important issue for El Dorado County. How we go about addressing it, I'm open to what that's going to look like, but I don't believe that it's going away. And I do believe that the Board of Supervisors should take a leadership role on how it's going to be addressed one way or the other.
Thank you, Supervisor Lane. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so there's three things that are primarily concerning me if we disband the ad hoc committee. One is that I anticipate a perpetual series of appeals. Everything that goes through the Planning Commission will come to the board, and we'll be rehearing this over and over and over again, which to me is not good governance. We need to deal with the facts at hand. We need to put in some clarifying comments or clarifying statements within the ordinance, in my opinion, to avoid those things in the future. The second thing is the fair play AVA consideration. And that's one thing that I think we need to be very serious about to determine whether or not that is going to significantly affect ag in that community, particularly the wine industry, the winery growers. Is it something that wasn't adequately voiced as a concern at the time the ordinance was passed? And I've been doing some research into that. And I've kind of determined it wasn't a strong opposition, but sometimes it has to be in your backyard before you recognize the risk that's involved. So I'm very concerned that if we don't do anything, there will be continual applications, and it could ultimately degrade the economic aspects of the wine industry in the fair play area. So I think we should be considering AVAs. Is that something that should be a stay out zone or something? The third one is water supply. And this gets back to the CEQA and those kinds of discussions. And we're always going to have those kinds of considerations relative to the properties that are being proposed for cannabis grows that aren't currently in ag or converting some other crop to cannabis, recognizing the water demand. If we don't understand what the water aquifer levels are in the fractured rock areas and the potential to support not only the new ag interest, but the existing community, then I think we have some serious issues with our overall water supply. When we heard Mr. Hardy's situation, he has a huge pond that he assured us was going to be available to use in addition to his groundwater supply, which is somewhat limited. So those are considerations, if they're accurate, that I think need to be considered. But those are the three big ones: perpetual appeals, the fair play AVA and or other AVAs that need to be considered, and then the general CEQA aspect of water supply. Those are my biggest concerns with disbanding.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Turnbull, any
Yeah,
other questions?
I just want to clarify one thing. Somebody brought up that I took cannabis donation. Basically, it was a fundraiser, basically a meet and greet that was back in 2020, and it was a $50 buy-in plate. And the particular person was, him and his wife came, which I wasn't aware of, and they bought that $50 plate. So that's what clarify that. So that was not a donation. That was just basically to buy dinner. It's always a meet and greet. Two is, I have a lot of concerns with this. And one of the things that brought up, which Brooke, you brought up about residents. And the biggest thing and what's best for the county. You know, there was a question that was asked to me, and a person told me, you need to do what's best for the county. No, I need to do what's best for the residents of the county that voted me into this position. That's what we need to issues, especially on this, especially Chris brought up about crime, which they had an issue in Humboldt State with 3 legal grows and one particular person for sex trafficking got busted for that. And there's just a lot of issues in that. And not only that, you go back in the Sacramento Bee in 2018, where these dispensaries were tied, and one of the particular person was tied to organized crime, how they're funneling money in from Ukraine. And then also, when you're talking about the state franchise tax board, I was looking into that. And 50% of these are behind on their sales tax. So there's a lot of concerns in this. So I think I'm glad that you brought this forward, Wendy. I appreciate that. And thank you for that.
All right. Thank you all. I thank my colleagues for your thoughtful comments, and I agree with all of my colleagues and the community that there are many issues and questions regarding this ordinance that have been brought up. No ordinance is perfect, and I think all of the comments today reflect that. That said, I am even more adamant that opening up the cannabis ordinance will take an inordinate amount of time. And where do we want to spend our time? Recognizing that this board has through the end of the year. And so this is just a practical reconsideration that, to me, it is more important to garner the perspective and the experience of this board in channeling those resources to our general plan amendments than to opening up the cannabis ordinance that will take longer than this board has. So with that, I would like to move approval of item 32 as it is stated today.
I'll second.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Of course. Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Lane, how do you vote?
No, please.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you all. This will be brought back at a future date. It is not a time certain, or not at a date certain. And I thank my colleagues for the difficult conversation. All right, let's take a few minutes while we
Wait for 11.
Yeah, a quick break, and we'll come back for our 11 a.m. hearing. All right, and we are back. I'd like to offer a warm welcome to everyone that is joining us today. And with that, Kim, can you open up this next item, which is a public hearing, item number 35?
Of course. Item number
Oh,
35 is.
you know what? Wait, Supervisor Lane's not, there she is. Okay, now we can
Oops.
open the public hearing.
Sorry.
No problem.
Item number 35 is a hearing to consider an appeal received from Lynn Barnett representing Peter and Cheryl Lee, appealing the Planning Commission's February 22nd, 2024 approval of Atkins variance to allow for a reduction of the front setback from 20 feet to 5 feet to allow for the construction of a two-car garage with dwelling space above. Staff recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. 1, deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval. And 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution denying the appeal and adopting findings of fact.
All right, so welcome to everyone. Since probably many of you are new to this process, I'd like to kind of explain what this is going to look like. With this, I open the public hearing officially. Staff will present this item so we can all understand what it is before us. The appellants, Lynn Barnett, Peter and Cheryl Lee, will have an opportunity at that point to present, and we'll have 15 minutes for that. Then the applicant, Josh Adkins, or his agent, will have another 15 minutes to present their claims. We'll open this up for public comment, and at that time, those that wish to speak on this matter will have 3 minutes, and we have a timer that's handy so you can all keep track of your time. Once public comment is closed, we'll bring this back, and the applicant, Josh Adkins, will be given an opportunity for closing remarks for 5 minutes. And then the appellants will have an opportunity for 5-minute closing remarks. We'll close the public hearing and bring this back to the board for discussion and deliberation. So, all right, so with that, let's proceed. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, Board. Melanie Shasha, Senior Planner with Tahoe Planning, Stormwater, and VHR Division.
Well, welcome down to the West Slope, Melanie.
This project began with a pre-application submitted November 29th, 2022.
Can you get your, I'm sorry, can you get your mic a little close? It's a little hard to hear. Thank you.
Like I said, the project began with a pre-application submitted November 29th, 2022. The pre-application process provides initial review of potential projects and provides guidance on any issues that may arise. The pre-application is just a staff level review. The variance application was submitted April 21st, 2023, and was calendared for a hearing at the zoning administrator on November 15th, 2023. But due to multiple public comments, the zoning administrator transferred original hearing jurisdiction to the Planning Commission. The project was heard by the Planning Commission on January 11th. At that meeting, there was some negotiation about the variance into the side yard setback. That part of the structure was removed from the side yard setback, and it was reheard on February 22nd, 2024, and approved. Public comment was received on the project for all 3 calendared hearings. This appeal was timely filed within 10 business days of the Planning Commission's decision. This hearing is more than 30 days from the date the appeal was submitted, but was negotiated and agreed to between staff, the appellant, and the applicant. So a variance is requested when because of special circumstances applicable to the property, including location, shape, size, surroundings, topography, or other physical features. The strict application of the development standards for the zone denies the property owner rights enjoyed by other property owners in the same vicinity and same zone. This project requested a variance to the front setback to build a 2-car garage with dwelling space above. This project does not include an ADU or a second kitchen. The findings for approving a variance do not require multiple reasons, but a variance can be granted because of a single limitation which is specific to that site. In this situation, there are 3 limitations: a non-buildable TRPA delineated stream environment zone and associated 10-foot setback on the east side of the parcel, which is highlighted on attachment F, Exhibit E, and a limited amount of land coverage, also shown on that same exhibit, of 1,800 square feet. And land coverage includes the house, the garage, the driveway, decks, walkways, sheds, all of that stuff. There is no variance process for the TRPA Code of Ordinances, the coverage, and the SEZ area. And then thirdly, an oddly shaped parcel with a front property line that turns almost 90 degrees as it goes around the corner of that cul-de-sac. This parcel is zoned as single unit residential, and it has a general plan designation of area of of approved plan. The approved plan is like a specific plan in that it supersedes our general plan. In this situation, the site is within the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency's jurisdiction, and in that area, we also comply with their development standards and restrictions. TRPA is a quasi-federal agency, and state laws do not apply unless they are specifically adopted by the TRPA. In this plan area statement and zoning, structures like garages and uses such as guest house are allowed by right. In this case, the location of the proposed garage is what requires the variance. The appellant is specifically appealing the project, alleging that a variance is not needed for the project, that a garage is not a right, that there are other options to build a garage, and that the Planning Commission used economics in their decision to approve the variance. Materials submitted with the appeal also address the CEQA exemption findings, dwelling space on the second floor, that the development is out of character with the neighborhood, and that the Tahoe-specific building standards either should not be used as a finding to make the findings, or that they're not development limitations. The appellant suggests as a compromise in February 19th, 2024 letter that they would accept a one-story garage. And then we received another letter late yesterday from Hirschberg and Friedman that includes additional appeal arguments. It includes a table that mixes dwelling space and garage space, and is also from Zillow, which is an unofficial source. The letter also mentions floor area ratio, which is not regulated in the Tahoe Basin. The letter characterizes the area above the garage as an ADU, which, according to the floor plans in the staff report, clearly lacks a kitchen. And then finally, it seems to lack an understanding of land coverage and land capability. TRPA does not allow any increase above their stated limits, and they do not have a variance process. Staff is recommending denial of the appeal and upholding of the decision of the Planning Commission. As stated in staff's memo, substantial evidence supports the conclusion that no unusual circumstances apply to this project, and there is no exception to the CEQA exemption. Regarding the dwelling space above the garage, again, staff found that the setback reduction would apply to any structure built, including a two-story structure, once you've made those variance findings. Further, there are no policies protecting views from private property. The leads can look onto the Atkins property and vice versa. Regarding the height of the structure and changing the look and feel of the neighborhood, staff found that the proposed garage is not going to be the tallest structure on Player Court. It's going to be about 5 feet shorter than the Lee's property, which I believe is the tallest. And then regarding TRPA development limitations, staff found that it would be a failure of due diligence to ignore a major regulatory agency and their effect on private property. To summarize, staff, site-specific conditions unfairly burden the parcel with the inability to build a structure enjoyed by others in the same neighborhood and zone. The limited amount of land coverage, the stream environment zone and setback, and the unconventional shape of the parcel prevent the proposed structure from being built at the 20-foot front setback. A two-story garage, staff found, is not a special privilege and consistent with other properties in the vicinity and zone. And as designed, the project is compatible with maps, policies, general land uses, and specific plans. To date, there has been no evidence submitted of detriment to public health, safety, or welfare, or injuries to the neighborhood. Staff, in closing, staff wants to acknowledge that we've had lots of public comment about this project, both for and against. And that at the Planning Commission hearing, there's a lot of comments against the project, and now at the appeal, there's a lot of comments for the project. This concludes my presentation. I'm here if you have any questions.
All right, thank you, Melanie. Any questions for Melanie at this point? No.
None yet.
Supervisors online? Any questions for our staff at this point? Okay, not seeing any. All right, so at this point, I'd like to invite up the appellants to present to the board. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Chair Thomas, honorable members of the board. Before I get started, I'd like to be able to offer to the board's clerk hard copies of the letters that were submitted yesterday, just to make it convenient, so that if I reference tables or photos, that you'll have them in front of you.
All right, thank you. Just go give them
Also,
to
I
us, sir.
submitted a video that I provided in a link in the letter, but for the administrative record, I'm including a flash drive, and I'm handing this now to the clerk.
All right. Thank you.
Well, good morning. we're here to talk about this variance. And I just listened to the staff presentation, and it sounded like it was a presentation not regarding a variance, but just regarding a site plan approval. Should this project be approved or not? And really, this is something which is altogether different. The state of California requires mandatory findings in order for there to be a variance. Okay, the whole purpose of zoning laws is to create uniformity in neighborhoods. So when a decision is made to change the zoning laws applicable to one property only, there has to be a very good reason for it. And the state requires mandatory findings, which the county adopted in implementing the state's mandate. And those are regarding the special characteristics, whether there's a special privilege, whether there creates adverse impacts, and whether there is, it's consistent with the overall plan and design of the neighborhood. And those findings are essential to be made. And I want to go through those with you. I noticed that there was some comment regarding some of the sources of the information I had and a misunderstanding. That's appropriate. Those comments are appropriate with respect to whether or not this conforms for purposes of site plan approval or whether the project should be approved. But these things that I offered go to whether or not the findings can be made that are required for a variance. And so I'd like to go through those. The first one is the special circumstances. Now, it's true that this is an odd-shaped parcel. 400 square feet of this land is undevelopable because it's that narrow portion of the lot that's, affected by the cul-de-sac. That's not really that significant amount of space that's being deprived of development because of it. There's a lot of properties that have parcels where portions of it are undevelopable. What's really going on here is that this is the smallest lot in the neighborhood. And they're trying to put the development that's on much larger parcels on this parcel, saying, well, look, the neighbors have it. Yeah, but the neighbors have 12,000 square foot parcels and you have a 7,000 square foot parcel. That's what's going on. Just because the neighbors have bigger lots and bigger homes, does that mean that the person that's wedged in the middle with a small lot and a small home gets the exact same things? It doesn't work that way. I mean, the whole point is that in this case, the Lees have a larger home and a larger lot. They paid for that. They didn't expand that house. They bought it that way. It was built that way originally. And it was because it fit the lot that they bought. And what happened here is the lot that Mr. Atkins bought is much smaller than his neighbor's lots on both sides. And he's trying to have as much developable square footage, if not more, than what either neighbor has on their much larger parcel. I'd like to draw your attention to the photos that are contained in Exhibit 5 of the letter. It's near the very back. And I just want you to see on the second page of that, it's really 2 pages from the very back. And it's an aerial view. And what you're seeing on these 2 photos, the larger structure is the Lee's house. The smaller structure is the garage ADU. And then on the bottom photo, there's a third structure at the very top in the center, which is the Atkins residence. You can see that the garage ADU is almost as large as the Atkins residence itself. And you can see that there is virtually no space between the garage ADU and the Atkins residence. Never mind the fact that it's very close now to the Lee's residence. And the question is, were the Lees entitled to rely on a front yard setback? Now, as a general rule, you can't have a vested right to existing law. Laws can be changed. But no one's talking about changing the law. They're talking about granting a variance to one property. They're saying that only one person in this neighborhood gets to have a different set of rules applicable to them. Why? Well, apparently it's because they have a smaller lot. But is that a reason to give a variance that they have the smallest lot on the block, so they should be able to build as much as everybody else that has much larger lots? On page, bear with me one second. It's easier to flip through a PDF than it is pieces of paper. On table 1, which is on page 7, it shows what the lot sizes are. And I took this from the Redfin website. It's not an official source, but it does use county records in order to be able to obtain the information that's contained on it. It's not being used to say that these are the exact square footages. Again, this is not for purposes of proving whether or not this project meets site plan approval. It's whether or not there's something special about this property that it deserves some sort of exemption from the laws that are applicable to everybody else. And you can see that it is by far the smallest lot in the cul-de-sac. Why are we giving them that much more coverage? The reason for this variance isn't because there's no place to put the garage on the property. It's to put the garage on the property back where the house is, you'd need a longer driveway. It's the longer driveway that's the problem, not the structure itself. The longer driveway creates more lot coverage. So to give them this longer, so to avoid having the longer driveway, we say, okay, well, just put it up on the street. Then you don't have to worry about the lot coverage from the long driveway. But that creates an impairment for the Lees. It creates an impairment for the neighbors. I mean, can you imagine backing out of your parking space and someone else is backing out on the other side of that structure? You can't even see it. That structure blocks, views of other cars in the neighborhood, whether they're coming in from Player Drive or there are other people exiting their homes on Player Court. That structure is going to have visual obstruction, not only of views, but of traffic. And traffic impacts were raised and never addressed by staff, never addressed by the Planning Commission. The fact is that for purposes of public safety, if you hear a loud noise or you see smoke and you look out your windows and all you see is a garage with a second story that goes up to 26 feet, 10 inches, you don't see what's going on. And if it's snowing, you have to get out and go out to walk out onto the street to be able to see around the structure. That's not really the point. The whole reason that we have front yard setbacks is that it's a covenant that each neighbor makes to the other, saying we're going to keep our space in the front of the property clear so that everybody can enjoy an unobstructed view, so that everybody has the same benefits and burdens for purposes of the front yard. Haven't you seen times when people put up Christmas decorations that are just over the top in their front yard? It creates animosity sometimes. Sometimes it creates goodwill. I'm not saying that it always does. But when you put things in your front yard, you always run the risk of creating problems because it's something that's right in front of your house that everybody else doesn't have. Sometimes it's political signs. Sometimes, things may be expressions of their First Amendment rights that they're entitled to, but it still creates problems. You put a big structure in a front yard, a permanent structure, that's going to be a problem for these neighbors for as far as the future as you can look into the future. And for what? So that they have a shorter driveway, so that they have less lot coverage? That just doesn't make any sense. Now, in terms of the second finding, let me go back again, flipping through the pages. It talks about the strict application of zoning regulations somehow depriving the property owner, Mr. Atkins, of the privileges enjoyed by other property in the vicinity. Well, clearly parking is an available accessory use. It may even be a preferable accessory use. Of course, Mr. Atkins has a 100 square foot or 130 square foot shed that's unpermitted on the property that's using up lot coverage. He also has a deck that's using up lot coverage. If the garage is that important, why isn't he giving up lot coverage on structures that are optional, not necessarily as preferred as covered parking, in order to increase his lot coverage so that he doesn't have to decrease his driveway length so that the garage structure is 5 feet from the street? Again, this is all about driveway length and trying to fit too much developed structures on too small of a lot. This is not about anything regarding the SEZ or the SEZ setback. If you look at the tables and drawing that was prepared by the applicant, they are located on Exhibit 2 of my letter. We put in color coding to the pictures to illustrate better what's going on with that. You can see that just about a third of the Atkins residence is built in the SEZ setback. The SCZ setback is not inhibiting development. It's already full of development, as full as it can possibly be. The problem is that this property's already been maxed out. And now we're saying, well, okay, we'll give them the front yard to build a garage because we think a garage is a good thing to have. They say that it's a matter of right. Same thing with the accessory dwelling unit. That's a false statement. I won't say false. I'll say it's an inaccurate statement. An accurate statement is that it is allowable as a matter of right when it complies with all of the zoning ordinance and development standards applicable to it. If it requires a variance, it is no longer a matter of right. At that point, it is a matter of whether or not the mandatory findings can be made. If it can be made, then the board has the discretion to allow it, but only if the mandatory findings can be made. Now, with respect to the third finding, by the way, how am I doing on time?
You have 3 minutes, 24 seconds.
Okay. The findings that were offered, or the facts that supported the Planning Commission's decision were not really based on the opinions of an architect, the opinions of a structural engineer. It was discussed that the slope of the roof, and for some reason they picked a single slope so that it increases the height unnecessarily. If the slope was on each side of the house, you wouldn't need to have a 26-foot, 10-inch house. You could have it much shorter than that. And some of the snow wouldn't all fall down in the direction of the Lee's residence. Now, the planner that made the presentation to the Planning Commission said, oh, well, you know, in my house, the snow just sort of stays on the roof and it just sort of melts and drips down. But we've provided the information for the opinions of a structural engineer saying, no, that the snow is going to slide off the roof at the same angle as the slope, and that it's going to land either in the side yard of the Lees or right up against their house, where they happen to have their gas shut off, their gas meter and shut off valve. Okay? Lake Tahoe is a place where you get a lot of snow, then you get melting, then you get refreezing. That's going to severely limit access to that gas shutoff valve. That area needs to be kept clear and doesn't need to have snow falling from the roof of the neighbor onto that house. Okay? There's no provision for drainage of all of the snow that's going to fall off. I mean, you'd think at least at a minimum that the planning would have required a French drain there. There's no requirement for drainage. They basically just said, we can dig a little pit and put some gravel in it. And that's going to deal with the 10 to 15 feet of snowfall that happens in Lake Tahoe. It just is unrealistic. And so what's going to happen? The natural drainage course of this property runs from the Lees to the SEZ area. And you're saying that it's okay to put a garage structure right in that natural drainage course. And where's that water supposed to go now? It's either going to go underneath the house or underneath the garage and possibly undermine the soils that are supporting the foundation. It's going to go under the Lee's house and possibly undermine the foundation there. There's really serious problems that were never addressed by planning because they just basically wrote it off as a non-problem.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to say thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. At this point, I'd like to invite up the applicant, Mr. Adkins. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Do you have handouts that you need to put in your record? Okay. Okay, perfect. All right,
Perfect.
very
She'll
good.
pull up your slide presentation.
Perfect.
Right.
Thank you, everybody, for your time this morning. I am not as practiced a presenter as Mr.
No
Friedman
problem.
is, so please, hopefully we'll all get through this together. I first of all just want to say the staff have done a fantastic job representing this application. They've worked on this for me with almost 2 years at this point, and I think they've not only done a fantastic job, but I sincerely thank them. Melanie is probably very tired of hearing my name and is probably very happy to be seeing the end of me regardless of what happens here today. I'd like to focus just a little bit on who we are and how we got here, where we're going, and what I think you should do with this appeal. So my partner Amy and I moved here in 2021, reasonably new residents. This was a temporary life choice for us. We weren't sure if we were really going to like it here. Can we deal with the snow? Can we deal with the temperatures, the fires, the heat? We loved it. We uprooted our entire life. After being here for 3 months, we were like, this is where we need to be. We moved our careers, changed our immigration status, did everything we needed to be here. From our backyard, we're lucky enough to be able to mountain bike, to ski, to snowmobile, and do all of the things that we really love about being in Tahoe. So we're blessed to be here. The other thing I want to say is like we've embraced life here. We're members of the Tahoe Area Mountain Bike Association, the Tahoe Backcountry Alliance, the Tahoe Institute for Natural Sciences. I'm such a member of the community that Julie at Earthwise knows that I have a really bad time ordering my dog food, and she always keeps a spare bag. Hannah at Tahoe Best Friends knows which dog I'm picking up when I say I'm here to get the bad dog. We're members of this community. Which brings me to why a garage, right? If we love our life here so much, why do we need a garage? Winter is rewarding, but it can be tough. It can be really tough. Sorry, I can't see a timer.
Oh, where's the timer, Kim?
You've got 13 minutes left.
Thank you. I will keep an eye on my time real quick. Winter is rewarding, right? But it can be tough. There's damage to our cars from snow removal, from work completed in the neighborhood. The Lees recently had their deck redone, and when that was sprayed, it covered my cars. Things that happen in the neighborhood. Also time and effort spent removing snow, obviously that's challenging. And then specifically in regard to the living space above, which I want to reiterate that I think staff covered well, but it's not an accessory dwelling unit. That's a specific legal definition. If that was, we'd be under AB 2221 and I wouldn't need this hearing whatsoever. It's a guest house by El Dorado County ordinance, not an accessory dwelling unit. Very, very distinct definition. And this isn't something we've done on a whim. We started this process. I think Melanie did a really good overview of how we got here. But it actually started even before that. November 2021 is when I first started this process. I engaged with Lynn Barnett, a land use planner, and basically said, like, how do I go about understanding land use coverage and how do I go about building a garage? Lynn was able to help me work with the TRPA to get a soil scientist out to the site. A soil scientist came out and dug 3 pits on the property in July of 2022. And they determined which half of the property had drainage issue and which half didn't, which is really how we've gotten here today. The follow-up from that was engaging Gordon Consulting in mid-2022. Jennifer Koshnick, who I'll get up here in a second because the details of land use planning I've become quite adept at, but not nearly as adept as her. And then we engaged the county for a pre-app review in November 2023, and I think Melanie did a good job covering off the rest of that. What I'm trying to say here is we've done our due diligence where over 3 years in, tens of thousands of dollars, multiple lawyers, 11 different county departments, utilities, individual consultants have gotten us to this stage. I really just want to drive home here that we have done the work. And I think now's probably a good time, I'll tag in Jennifer here to talk about how we got here and what this math actually means.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right. Good morning. Thank you. Jennifer Koshnick with Gordon Consulting. So again, I want to also thank staff for all the assistance involved in multiple discussions and off hours emails. So I'll try to be brief because I know you've been presented with a lot of technical information. So I tried to just present some simple slides, and I'm happy to answer any more specific questions. But we were engaged in August of 2022 by Mr. Atkins to help assist with the permitting process, look at the coverage and what the options were on the property. And, you know, as has been noted, there's no variance process with TRPA. So the coverage that you get is the coverage that you get. And so when you ask TRPA about a special unique situation, they say that's why the counties have the variance processes. So So we've already heard basically that we're dealing with a coverage limitation and a land capability limitation, so I won't get into those too much. Another thing that was raised in one of the comment letters was with regards to a special privilege because the property is small and therefore purchasing and transferring coverage. It's not related to size. TRPA allows any size property to purchase and transferring coverage up to a certain amount. So I just have a segment there of table 30.4-21 that just shows the size related to Mr. Atkins' property, but they allow that with any property. Next slide, please. And so this was kind of a rough sketch, but just wanted to reiterate that, the area that is the stream environment zone, along with the 10-foot setback, which is basically treated the same as the stream environment zone. So no additional development is allowed on this area of the property. And so right off the bat, we started looking at options that were on the west side of the property, knowing that there's no way that it could be constructed on the east side. Next slide, please. So I won't go into all of our iterations that we've put in before, but I did want to point out one of the reports that was submitted by the appellants included a report by BFD Key Architecture, where it was appeared to be very limited in scope assessment of generalizations about having a garage there, not necessarily looking at the coverage calculations, but more about height and whether a garage of a different type could be allowed there. But what I did do was model based on the sketch included that report. And again, that was about 140 square feet over covered as well. Next slide, please. So another thing, and again, I won't expect you to read the details, but in the comments that we submitted on Friday, I just reiterated some of the scenarios we looked at where we looked at, first off the bat, pulling it out of the setback. We looked at less encroachment into the setback. We looked at narrowing the driveway to the minimum allowed, where it would taper down to 10 feet wide, even though that would not be safe for the operation of vehicles. We also looked at some pretty funky angles of the driveway to get it to the street with as little coverage as possible. Okay. And at the narrowest. And again, none of these would work within the coverage limits of TRPA. Next slide, please. And this actually, I won't get into this much. This was submitted with the pre-consultation, just an example of some of the options we started talking with county staff, basically 18 months ago, actually a little bit longer, I believe. So next slide, please. And so this last one, again, I know it's a lot of detail, but the point I wanted to make was that in the letter submitted by the appellants, a couple of points were made with regards to coverage. So one, they suggested that the applicant could get a variance from TRPA. That's clearly not the case. There's no variance process. The other one was a suggestion of removing certain things that are considered more accessory and using that coverage. In fact, our calculations already did that because TRPA in this case will allow for things like decks, 120 square feet of the shed, deck, walkways, and stairs to be exempted from the coverage calculations. So really, there's no benefit to removing, the rest of the deck in front of the house, removing the stairs on the proposed garage or the shed. So I've just, in this case, kind of X those out. We also took into account the 25% exemption TRPA will let you apply if you use pervious pavers so that it can infiltrate. So again, that was also not an option. And so at this point, no other evidence has been presented showing that the coverage calculations will work with the proposed garage outside of the front setback. So if you have additional questions, let me know. I'm happy to come back up. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Quick time check.
Yeah, 5:58:7.
Perfect. I got it. Hi. Cool. So one thing I want to quickly address here is the design. What I want to stress here is that this is an application for a variance to a setback. The structure itself is not part of this application. The structure itself goes through building and permitting and processing after this. In fact, most applicants for the variance process, at least in the review that I did, don't include architectural diagrams. They don't include proposed structures or proposed details. In this specific case, As Jennifer has alluded to, the coverage here was so tight with so many different variables and so many different variances. I thought it was prudent to engage an architect before we go through the setback process. And the reason for that is because there is a bunch of building codes that I just truly don't understand. And this was pretty productive. So for example, we were down to maybe 2 or 3 square foot of coverage. When we engaged the architect, William came back and said, well, actually, you need a 3x3 landing at the bottom of every stairs. That was 9 square foot of coverage we hadn't allowed for. So engaging the architect in this case was really just due diligence and prudence. We're not married to this particular structure. The specific example of the roof sloping in that direction was purely just because I had to pick something. And in this particular case, I was trying to ensure that given the Lee's house and the slope, if a single pitch roof allows the most amount of sunlight and view back into those windows there by putting the highest part of the roof as far away from them as possible. That was really the idea there, but ultimately what we build might not look anything like that. Still completely up to whatever the building code comes back to with us at that point. If this appeal was denied, the next step is to engage a total build and design firm. I've started talking to Sierra Sustainable Builders with the brief. It needs to look like it came out of 1973. That's when our house was built. So that's kind of next steps here, and I really just wanted to highlight that. I also want to say specific issues. The Lees have brought up a number of issues. So many issues at so many different planning commissions, it's honestly hard for me to keep complete track, so apologies if I miss something. They want you to believe that this proposed structure is out of character or unusual. Much of this is covered in the staff report. We'll have less square footage than they will total combined. The letter that's submitted by Mr. Friedman claims that we'll have 2,500 square feet and that the Lees will have 2,300. That's because Mr. Friedman is counting our garage and the living space, and he's counting only their living space. They actually have a 495 square foot garage. Mine will be 440 square foot. So that table is inaccurate. We'll have 20% less total square footage than the Lees if this were to be completed. The structure won't be as tall. The rendering that they've provided obviously has somewhat of a forced perspective. It makes it look like the structures are quite similar. Theirs will still be, I think, 6 feet higher. It will be lower than our house, whereas in the rendering, it looks like our house is lower than the garage, which is not the case. The other thing I want to say is that garages are common and helpful in winter. Properties on either side of us have a garage, including the Lees. 70% of houses in the 1,000-foot notification window for this hearing have garages, over half in the subdivision. The other thing I want to raise is that the character of the neighborhood was already substantially altered by the construction of the Lees property. Every house in that cul-de-sac was built in the 70s with the exclusion of their house. Their house was built in the early 2000s. It is much larger than all of the other houses. It is in a much more modern style. It is in a much more modern appearance. The character of the neighborhood has already been substantially influenced. But I also want to say that I obviously care greatly about the character of my neighborhood, right? I care what my house looks like. I care what my neighbor's house looks like. I live here. The other thing is that one of the things that has been raised here is windows, privacy, where windows look. Right now, their windows look into one of my bedrooms and my living room. Their house is substantially taller than mine and looks directly back into my property. This garage will block some of those views. Again, I'm not married to having windows on any one particular side. And one thing that was discussed at the Planning Commission was we're totally willing to not have windows on that side. That's not really an issue. We're more than happy to make that compromise. Obviously, we don't want to invade their privacy or vice versa. But we don't know what the building department will require as part of code if they require an egress window. So that's not something that we've put forward at this time. The other thing is that, pick the room. They talk about drainage. I really just want to point out there's a fundamental lack of understanding of Tahoe building codes here. In the architectural diagram that is displayed, a French drain is displayed. As part of that, the Tahoe requires best management practices on all new structures. So that means everything needs to account for appropriate drainage. You need to have drip edges that go into French drains. Drainage needs to be accounted for. The other thing is the Tahoe TRPA soil scientist determined during their land capability verification that both of our plots have a 0% slope. There is no slope. There's no drainage in one way or the other per the official soil scientist analysis from the TRPA. They also determined that that side of the property was high capability land, meaning that there are no substantial drainage issues. That means groundwater is greater than, I believe, 12 inches from surface. The other thing here is that they want time to remain still. Sorry, 30 seconds. Thank you. I appreciate you. Skipping the very last thing I want to point out is the Friedman letter dated 8 April filled with a variety of inaccuracies. It says that the county can extend lot coverage beyond 1,800 square feet, which is untrue. The engineering firm where they hired does not understand Tahoe drainage. It says we could have permeable deck coverage and all those kind of things that Jennifer talked about. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, so with that, we will now take public comment on this item. So Kim, can you open the public comment period?
Now taking public comment on item number 35. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom that would like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, let's go on to online participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. Just a few items that I wanted to clarify. First of all, for full transparency, I've spoken to Supervisor Lane about this project. And so I just wanted to be clear on that. The perspective of the Planning Commission was this was a very difficult and complex project. The appeal proponent makes it seem that the planning staff and commission did not do its due diligence, but yet we did. If you look at the schedule of this project, it was continued from January the 11th, item 3 of the Planning Commission. 2 votes were taken at that meeting. There was one absence, so we only had 4 commissioners, and 2 votes were a 2-2 that failed to go ahead and approve the project. And then 4-0 was the second one, again with 1 absence, to continue the project. The basis of our discussion was the question of the 2 variances at the time, the side yard variance and the front variance. In this case, the project coming back to you on appeal with the side yard variance being taken out of the question because the structure, the garage was redesigned so that it did not impede on the side yard. And so what we're really only talking about is the front. Essentially, that's where the snow load is, where the plows would come across to keep the street open and come across the driveway. So that space is very, very important. And so that was part of the consideration. Remember that this is a highly regulated, in terms of lot coverage, conditioned project. Essentially, the project applicant has stated what he has stated, and the project proponent has stated, and through this appeal, what they're saying. But both of them have hired professionals. So we have professionals that are supporting the applicant, and we have professionals that are supporting the other the person that's appealing. This house, the lease, is 75% with no obstructed view. Essentially, only on the one side is it obstructed, and therefore that was part of the consideration. And then the appellant had conditioned it in such a way as we felt that was a positive. Essentially, good luck on this. I believe, to be fair, both sides do need to be heard, and they're being heard. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from John.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Josh and Amy are.
We're having a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry. Are you able to hear me?
A little bit, or still difficult, but
Let me see if I can get a little closer. Is this better?
yes, a little bit.
All right, I will do my best. Hopefully, I come through clearly. Yeah, Josh and Amy are close friends of ours. They brought us food after we had our baby. They are great neighbors and excellent members of the community. So I really just want to speak up in favor of supporting them. Being able to get their garage and get this variance. I don't really want to speak on the details. I don't really understand the legal side of all of it or the, any of those parts of it. But ultimately, I hope that where this comes down to is Josh and Amy have a property that they would like to be able to take advantage of and live at and, want to be able to enjoy. And being able to build this garage makes their lives easier, makes their lives simpler. And I definitely appreciate having a garage in my house. And so I would hope that, despite the objections of neighbors and other people that occasionally visit nearby, that they would be able to, use their property the way that they see fit and within the rules that apply. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Good luck with your little one.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tamara W.
Good morning.
All right, good morning. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right, awesome. So my name is Tamara Wieserbrunn, and I am a proud resident of El Dorado County. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my thoughts as a concerned community member. Let me start by saying that I'm fully in support of granting Mr. Atkins' variance. It is clear from his presentation that he worked hard to meet the requirements of the county and fulfilled all of these requirements. This is also evident by the commission's 4-0 vote to grant the variance. And I'm sure the hundreds of hours that the commission put in thinking about the variance and making sure that it meets all of the requirements. As a resident of this county and an owner of multiple properties here in El Dorado, it is important to me to know that if we meet building requirements in this county, including requirements for variances, we will be allowed to make improvements to our land. That's how it should be. And the Atkins variance of applications should have been a simple decision. But alas, their application was met with stern opposition from a set of neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Lee. It is clear that there is no argument against the variance, as can be read in their appeal, and as they concede in their appeal that they would accept a one-story garage. This has become even more evident from their 11th hour letter submitted yesterday afternoon. The first sentence of this letter states that it was submitted to, quote, appeal of the decision of the El Dorado County Planning Commission to approve a variance to reduce the required 20-foot front yard setback to only 5 feet in order to allow construction of a 27-foot high garage and a second-story accessory dwelling unit ADU. And this whole letter goes on to complain about this possible ADU. But if you read Mr. Atkins's application, nowhere does it mention that he plans on building an ADU. The Lees have invented this sideshow to create an issue that does not exist. And worse, this letter shows that the Lees will stop at nothing and throw in the kitchen sink to oppose the variance. On page 15, the Lees write, quote, neighbor disputes often lead to incidents of property and worse. What is this supposed to mean? I am disgusted by this threat and appalled that Mr. and Mrs. Lee use this process to basically blackmail Mr. Atkins from building a garage. And they have spent an incredible amount of money doing so, and 3 different sets of lawyers. Not to mention that it is my understanding that Mr. and Mrs. Lee do not even live in the house on player court and only visit their vacation home maybe a couple times a year. So all this discussion about negatively impacting their view or blocking out their parking space is ridiculous. In contrast, everyone who lives in El Dorado knows how important it is to having a garage and making winter slightly more manageable. I have a lot more to say, but thank you for your time. I really appreciate the commission. And I'm out of time.
Thank you for calling in. Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, at this time I will close public comment and bring it back to Mr. Atkins for his 5-minute closing comments. Welcome back.
Okay. As you've just heard in public comment, I didn't get time to cover this previously, but this is a second home for the Lees. And I have been extremely patient and followed every piece of county process and every piece of county law I possibly can for the last couple of years. And to hear the Lees claim that residential living space and additional square footage is unnecessary and undeserved in my case, when they have 2 entire homes that they live in, to me is just ridiculously hypocritical. It's to the point of frustration. I think I've maintained, I think if you speak to the planning commissioners and the several hours of discussions we had with them, I've been incredibly patient and forgiving and neighborly in this entire process. But having seen a 29-page letter that picks apart our entire life, I would say my patience is wearing thin. But what I will say here is that the Lees live in Calabasas Park in Los Angeles. It's an exclusive and private community with a HOA, with HOA dues that start to look like my monthly car payment. They want that experience here. They want this board to act like their Tahoe HOA. They want you to apply standards beyond what is applied to them and to other people for their own personal gain and enjoyment. I've done everything by the book. We've done our due diligence. We've worked with the TRPA, with the county, with the Department of Transportation. When snow removal was the first argument that came up, I confirmed with the county that the Tahoe area maintenance manager for the El Dorado County Department of Transport did physically drive by the property and assess that snow removal is not a concern. They've not raised any concerns. They were checked a second time prior to the second planning commission. I think it's clear that the county supports this. No harm has been raised. The county believes the findings have been met. I've ultimately tried to work really hard to understand the Lee's position in this matter, but they've been increasingly hostile. And I think Tamara raised this on the call, but I don't know if you read this in their letter, but they said, neighborly disputes may lead to incidents of property damage and worse. I don't strictly know how to interpret that as anything other than a threat at this point. It seems so totally out of left field, even to the point where my attorney suggested I should potentially consider getting some security cameras. I live in this community. That's not how I want to feel in my home and in this community. And I truly don't want to be concerned for my family's physical safety. Something else really here. Yeah, the only thing I really want to say is that just really that claim that more residential living space isn't justified, this isn't their determination to make. That is my determination to make. If this variance for a setback is approved, the specific structure that goes into that setback is still totally up for grabs, depending on what the building department say here. We may build a 1.5-story chalet with storage space above. I may attempt to build a 2-story with a guest house above. I'm Australian, that's what my accent is. That means when my parents visit, they visit for sometimes 6 to 8 weeks at a time. As much as I love them, I would love for them not to be in my house. That's one of the considerations. But again, we're not talking about a specific design for a specific structure here. That's still totally up for grabs. I also want to say that there was some discussion here about if I get a variance, won't everybody want a variance? I think the findings really prevent that situation, right? It is not the first variance to have been granted. It probably won't be the last, but the volume is low. And the other thing is that my plot here is unique, right? We've talked about not only the unique shape of it, how it meets with the road, how the TRP stream environment zone makes the eastern side of that lot unbuildable. I looked through every subdivision house individually. There isn't a single other house in the subdivision that would meet those findings. There is one other house with a stream environment designation on a cul-de-sac that has a similarly shaped lot, and they already have a garage. This is truly an uncommon circumstance. And aside from the fact that trusting that the county has done their due diligence here, which I do, I went and did my own, and I truly can't find another example. And I think that's evident in the Lee's argument, because if they think this was truly not an unusual circumstance, they would have been point to any other circumstance where this has happened. I think in closing, I would ask you to do what effectively I think is the right thing here, is to grant this variance and to deny this appeal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. At this point, to wrap up this portion of our proceedings, I will invite the appellants up for their 5-minute closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair Thomas, board members. Be clear, I'm primarily a litigator. I fight lawsuits. And neighbors' disputes are my bread and butter. My very first case coming out of law school was a Malibu case where a developer changed the natural drainage course and caused a flood to the neighbor's property. They got into a fight and the developer hit the neighbor across the face with a shovel. Okay, things happen. Is this a threat that I'm saying? No, it's recognizing the obvious. When you create controversy in a neighborhood, things happen, and people like me end up getting involved because bad things can happen. This is your opportunity to try to prevent that by enhancing neighborhood uniformity, applying the rules that are applicable to everyone, no special privileges, unless something really extraordinary requires it. Here, it's just trying to put 3 pounds of tomatoes in a 2-pound bag. This lot is too small to handle all of the development. If they want to have a garage, something has to go. There's too much on this property already, and shortening the driveway so that they can put a garage 5 feet from the street isn't the solution. It's a bad solution. It's bad planning. It's bad governance. I think we have a legal issue that needs to be resolved, and maybe the board might want to consider referring this to county council before making a decision. And that is, what is the jurisdiction of the county with respect to TPR lot coverage? My understanding from speaking with Mr. Barnett and reviewing the codes is that the TRPA does not issue variances. That is the jurisdiction of the county. And the county's jurisdiction will allow a variance of TRPA requirements under the exercise of its police power, subject to TRPA auditing and review. So if TRPA determines that the county is giving out variances willy-nilly to their lot coverage requirements, it can stop it. But otherwise, it is my understanding under county ordinances and under the TRPA requirements that the county has jurisdiction with respect to lot coverage issues, that the variance for a TRPA lot coverage requirement would come to the county. So if anyone is unsure about that, then I think that should be resolved before there's a vote on this matter. Secondly, Mr. Atkins suggested that what he is building on the property shouldn't be considered. It should only just be the square on a map, from an aerial view for purposes of getting the variance. What he decides to build can change up until the time that he gets his building permit. But the fact is that the state mandated findings that there be no adverse impacts to surrounding properties makes it so that, yes, you do have to look at the elevations of the property. You do have to see exactly what's being built in order to evaluate whether there are adverse impacts. You don't just look at a square on a map and say, we want to move the front yard setback to fit so this square can fit where it is. It doesn't work that way. That's another misstatement of law, and I'm sure the county council can provide support for that if choose not to believe me. Okay. In every land use decision, there's some element of politics. I can't tell you how many times I have counted the words resident or full-time resident in connection with this application, as if somehow property rights are dependent on who owns the property or how long that person lives there or how long they have lived there. That's not uniform application of the law. It's a reality, of course, that is going to be considered whether someone is a resident, a full-time resident, or just a part-time resident or a visitor. But we can't have governance and leadership based solely upon residency. Property rights need to be enforced as a matter of law, and this body is vested with the application of the county's laws, and respecting property rights is fundamental. It was suggested that the Lees are somehow looking for special treatment because they're used to living in a subdivision with a homeowners association. The fact is that we're here because the Atkins are seeking a special dispensation from the general requirements of the law. And I think that those need to be applied, notwithstanding the fact that there may be good reasons and for the Atkins to have a garage, and they may be very nice people. That's not the purpose of a variance. Thanks for letting me present my issue.
Thank you for your closing comments. All right. With this, I will close the public hearing on this matter and bring this back to the board for deliberation and action. Before we do that, County Council, there was a question in this last closing comment about the legal ability of the county to issue a variance within the TRPA jurisdiction. Do you care to address that?
I've not heard that the county has that authority to override TRPA's regulatory authority concerning variances.
But the action today
Today's
is
action,
within our jurisdiction.
I think today's action, I think, is in line with TRPA's, the proposed project and this proposed site plan, I believe it was represented, would be consistent with TRPA's regulations for coverage. That is the primary reason, or one of the primary reasons why the action is in front of you today. I think what Mr. Friedman was suggesting, that to the extent that TRPA's coverage limitations are a factor in determining whether there are special circumstances to allow a variance here, it is his position that the county, I believe it is his position that the county has the authority to issue variances to TRPA's land coverage determinations. And I'm not aware of that.
And once again, this as proposed, this project is fits within TRPA's coverage limitations.
I believe
Yes.
that's what the staff report indicates.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you for that.
Yes, I was just going to move to Supervisor Lane, as this is in your district.
Yes, it certainly is. Thank you, Madam Chair. And in full disclosure, I have met with the Lees. I met with them prior to the Planning Commission decision. I met with the Atkins as well in the office recently, maybe 3-4 weeks ago. And I spoke with the Lees an additional time on the phone. I've also discussed this with Mr. Kickert and with Mr. Moody and also Mr. Ferry. So I've really tried to do quite a bit of homework. It's, very uncomfortable, as all my colleagues know, when you have residential disputes. You never like to see that. There's always a winner and a loser. And I think that the residents, from what I can tell, have done a very good job in putting themselves in each other's positions and trying to understand, what's going on here. I want to really drill down on the variance, because that really is what is before us, as has been pointed out. And so, Ms. Shasha, I'm so sorry that you're down there in Placerville and I'm not. I always look forward to it when Tahoe people make it down. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the variance. So we recently also just approved a variance for a garage that was on a corner lot. You might recall that one. So I know that this is, we don't do it all the time, but it's not unusual. Would you agree with that?
I would, excuse me, I would agree with that. We probably do 3 or 4 variances a year for the past 5 years.
And are they mostly the setback is usually the issue?
Correct.
When it comes to TRPA land coverage, we have no ability to have any kind of variance for that. That is a hard and fast TRPA rule that we adhere to. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And we get audited by the TRPA annually, correct? The Building and Planning Department?
Yes, we do.
And the purpose of that audit is to make sure that we are interpreting the TRPA rules correctly.
Yes, that's correct. And a humble brag, our building department does excellent at those reviews.
Please brag, please brag. Finally, on that note, have we ever been notified by TRPA as the result of an audit that a variance that the county may have granted was inappropriate?
TRPA does not regulate setbacks from parcel lines, so it wouldn't be part of their audit at all.
Okay, they don't even look at that. Gotcha. Ms. Shasha, the one thing I am totally confused about, and both Mr. Moody and Mr. Kickert tried to explain it to me today, and then I read the staff report and I get confused again. So can you please tell me, what is the setback from the edge of pavement to where the garage door would land?
I believe the minimum setback from the proposed garage to the edge of roadway pavement is about 15 feet at
Yeah.
the minimum. And then it gets a little longer as you move, up the road.
Yeah, because of the angle. That was really an important aspect of this variance for me to understand, because the way I was reading it in the staff report, when it kept saying that wanted the front setback from 20 feet to 5 feet, I was very concerned about snow removal. I mean, we could easily have a berm that's 5 feet in width. So there's 15 feet from edge of pavement to the driveway garage door. And I believe that there's a condition from the planning commission, if this variance is if the appeal is denied, and that is that the Atkins sign a legal indemnity and a hold harmless agreement.
Correct.
Because it is unusual to have a structure, that close to the road with regards to snow removal. We don't want our equipment getting damaged, and we certainly don't want to damage anybody else's structures.
Correct.
Okay. And that concludes my questions at this point. Thank you.
All right. Any other, Supervisor Parlin, do you have any comments or questions at this point?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, my recollection is we do a handful of these variances for garages every year, and I think I only remember one of them being kind of controversial, maybe. But the question I had was on those that we have done. Does anyone recollect? Are they usually just the garage, like the one-story garage? Or because this one just seems to me unusual, but that I could be remembering wrong. Do we know the variances that we normally give for garages are just a garage? Does anybody do that? Know that?
I pulled data for the number of variances that we had done that included a second story, and I believe it was all of them except for 2, which were carports. Generally, findings cannot be made in Tahoe for a structure that's not a garage. Like I don't even accept applications for living room additions and front walkways and that kind of structure. I can't make a finding for a shed. I think one time I made findings for a deck. It was a low deck in the front setback. It was slightly outside of our zoning standards, but generally they're 2-story garages in the front setback. Sometimes standalone structures, sometimes part of the main house.
So when you say 2-story garages, it's only a garage?
Garage with dwelling space above.
Okay.
Okay, with dwelling space above. That's what I wanted to know. So you're saying that typically that is what we've done?
That is what the projects mostly propose. In Tahoe, it's extremely expensive. So once you get through that process, they tend to want to maximize the value of the structure that they build to get the most cost benefit that they can out of the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that question. That was helpful. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I got a question on it. And so you're saying that it's 15 feet from the edge of the road to the garage? Is that correct?
At a minimum, yes.
At a minimum, okay, because I was looking at go ahead. Anyway, some of the other issues
So
and
if I
stuff.
may, I brought the site plan up, and so this dimension that we're looking at here is the edge of pavement as described here. This dimension shows a 20-foot line. And so we can see that the building is in, but it's not to the 15, so it may even be 16, but this is the corner of the closest to the edge of
All right.
pavement, and it's slightly less, approximately 15, it could be 16. But,
Yeah.
This line here is approximately 15 feet.
Yeah, I see that. And that was my concern because of the way it looked like, because I was looking at some of these other maps and stuff, and it acted like the cars that are going to pull up in front of the garage would be out in the street. So that was my concern about it. That's why I was asking if it meted that.
The property line is
requirement.
identified here in the dark black, and so that 5 feet is that requested variance setback approximately, but the edge of pavement is further away than that property line.
Okay, all right. That was the only concern that I had.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I need clarity on, and maybe Rob can help me with this because we did have a previous discussion. This variance really only deals with the garage, not the overall construction to include living space above, anything else. They could have submitted this without any visuals showing anything beyond just a one-story garage, two-car, one-story garage. Is that correct?
So there are, the variance application has specific application materials.
Yep.
And they include the site plan and all of that. It does not specifically require an elevation. However, it notes, and I actually have the application up if you'd like me to pull it up for those requirements, but it notes other things like external lighting and walls and fences and other things that might be in, as a accessory to or a part of the variance, if it makes sense in relation. So I think we do often see elevations when particularly it's a two-story building being asked for, or, so it's not uncommon that we get elevations, but it's not a specific requirement because the variance isn't only about garages. The variance is about other circumstances countywide. In Tahoe, they become very specific to garages and the dwelling space above.
Yep.
So that's kind of what most of the variances that we process in-house in Tahoe are about. But the variance application covers a bunch of other different types of proposed variances. You've seen some in front of your board that aren't specific to garages or Tahoe. So I think oftentimes it's what helps sort of, and I think it was mentioned today that you need to look at the whole of the project. And so I think a lot of times staff encourages those types of things when it makes sense so that you can look at the whole of the project, but it's not a checklist item.
Very good. Thank you for that. The other thing that occurs to me is most communities in more recent residential communities have CC&Rs. And one of the things that involve with architectural control and CC&R, since I've been involved with that, is community conformity and harmony of design type of features, right? Compatibility with the rest of the neighborhood. And so those are some of the things that are always being considered when you do architectural control. It can be things like view shed, if there's a specific view shed. Unfortunately, in this situation, there is no CC&Rs associated with these properties, right? So it really falls upon the county alone to look at conformity with the neighborhood.
Most of the subdivisions built at this time in Tahoe do have CC&Rs. However, they didn't have an active HOA to implement the CC&Rs.
Okay.
And as you know, county is not a signatory to the CC&Rs, so
Right,
we
I
don't
understand that.
implement those.
So are there CC&Rs on this particular parcel?
There probably are.
Okay. Is there an
Um,
active architectural review to look at what would be proposed as the dwelling prior to approval?
It would have been implemented through their HOA, which does not exist.
Okay, because in other areas, you don't have to use the HOA to do architectural control. So it just depends on how it was set up.
Well, and so, yeah, and maybe we can ask some of the representatives here about the existing CC&Rs, but what I will say is the county, and through our mechanism, doesn't review architectural
Right.
review for single-family dwellings, and those types of structures, and guest houses and others, garages as well. So there are certain HOAs and CC&Rs that have architectural review, certainly, and those, but we don't necessarily take that into account.
Understand,
Yeah.
but there's another review process is what I'm trying to say. When they submit the plans, if the variance is granted, when they submit the plans for construction, if there is an architectural review section, policy statement within the CC&Rs, and there's an active architectural review, they should be engaged to say from a neighborhood conformity perspective that this is fits or it doesn't fit. Because that's my primary concern, not living in this community. I don't have a feel for, is this going to be something that's readily acceptable? Or is it something that after the fact, people are going to say, wow, that shouldn't have happened? The testimony we've heard to date has been only one in opposition to it that I know of. The adjacent neighbors, other than the Lees, seem to be okay with this. Is that the understanding that came out of the Planning Commission hearing as well? Because I thought I heard there was controversy, opposition at the Planning Commission hearing. Is that true or not true?
There were other comments in opposition to the project aside from the Lees at the Planning Commission.
Okay.
I can't recall off the top of my head if they were adjacent neighbors or within the, the general vicinity. But I will acknowledge that there was other comments in opposition at the Planning Commission. Those were linked to this item through the link on Legistar, but as that we received in advance of this board meeting, there were not.
Okay, that answers my question. So
All right. My questions have been answered through all of the dialogue. I just have a couple of comments. As Supervisor Lane noted, these types of issues in neighborhoods are always challenging. We hate to see, neighbors that are working through disputes. And I hope through this process that you can productively move through this. I do have to say that I would expect an appeal to stick to the pertinent facts. And I would be remiss in my duty if I didn't say that I found the closing remarks, your opening statements and your closing remarks disturbing. The fact that you led with statements that neighbor disputes are your bread and butter, that things happen and that bad things can happen, and that this board has a chance to ensure uniformity, saying it's up to us to make sure that bad things don't happen. Now, I am paraphrasing that, but I found that extremely disturbing and irrelevant to this case. To me, that is a veiled threat. And in your letter to us, you closed that for opening paragraph on page 13 by saying it is ill-advised to disregard the uniformity of opposition to this project. Do not threaten us, whether a veiled threat or not. And I take exception to that. On the other hand, in order to productively move through this process and seek to find harmony in this challenging situation, depending on where the board goes with this, I would encourage and ask the Atkins to hear the concerns of the Lees, hear their concerns about roof line, about snow load and accumulation on their property. That is a real concern potentially, their windows, and pay attention to the uniformity of design to preserve the compatibility with your neighborhood. And I recognize that the design of the building is not up for review today. But I'm asking you to hear their concerns and be sensitive, and it sounds like you will be. So with that, those are my closing comments. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Supervisor Lane. Would you like to move forward on a motion on this project, since this is in your district?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Hold on. So I would like to move that we deny the appeal. And subject to the conditions of approval, adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 0572024 denying appeal and adopting the findings of fact.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All right, Kim, can you please call the vote on this item, please?
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Lane, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Good luck to both parties involved. And thank you to our staff for coming down to follow through on this hearing.
Yeah.
Have safe travels home. So with that, the board will adjourn. And are my colleagues all right with coming back at 1 o'clock? Is enough time for lunch, or do you want to go till 1:15?
1 o'clock's fine with me.
Good to me.
Okay.
1:15.
1:15.
Yeah. That gives Lori a break.
Okay, we will be back at 1:15 for our open forum. Thank you all. Good afternoon, El Dorado County. We are back from lunch. I apologize that we have been delayed about 15 minutes, so thank you for your patience with us. All right. So Kim, let's move on to the open forum portion of our meeting, please.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone like to introduce? Come on down. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. What I want to address today is the so-called clean energy. It's got nothing to do with your agenda.
Good.
But everybody hears about clean energy, electric vehicles, the big push, 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 push. I'm an engineer, so I follow stuff like that. I want to quote the World Nuclear Association's president in 2016 said, "There's no such thing as decarbonization without nuclear power." So they wanted to have 1,000 gigawatts, it's billion watts of new nuclear power. MIT did a study and they said that there's about 5 hurdles. I'm going to point out 4 of them. One is cost, waste, safety, and proliferation. Cost, they said, in a deregulated market, nuclear power is not cost effective, cost competitive with coal and natural gas. So it takes heavy subsidization by the government. We're talking like $200 per kilowatt of built power, design power. Just multiply that times the 1,000 gigawatts. Safety, they said they can't ensure safety through the construction phase. Waste, they're talking about geological disposal, but it's unproven. We haven't figured it out yet. And then proliferation, I just saw an article in the World Nuclear News today, which I follow, and India said that, they're part of they're part of BRICS and they're part of all the other stuff. They said we can't decarbonize without nuclear. And that wouldn't happen before 2070, right? So, you have nuclear plants being built in places like Turkmenistan. So you're going to have enriched uranium all over the world, and you can't. And even MIT said we don't have the environment to protect ourselves from this. So you have this terrorist world, right? We're fighting terrorism everywhere, and we're going to have all of these nuclear plants. And we're going to have all this enriched uranium and all this waste material, which we can't. So what we're going to do is we're going to trade carbon for nuclear waste that your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren will be dealing with. So when you buy into electric vehicles, you're buying into nuclear power. And let me remind you that the only nuclear plant left in California was scheduled to be shut down. But even Governor Newsom lobbied to keep it open because even he realizes that this pipe dream doesn't work without nuclear power. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the boardroom? Good afternoon, Kathy.
Kathy Adams from Grizzly Flats. I may be late or I may be early. I'm not sure because I'm coming from my extra help job. So I won't be staying long. Got to go back to work. And I'm very grateful for that job. It's going to pay for hopefully the revised building plans for a house. I have the cutest house picked out.
Wonderful.
And I'm so glad that things are being waived. Is when we were negotiating with fire council or the fire department, well, it's only $10,000 for this. No.
Is this the Title 25 building?
Yes.
That is next on our agenda, but you
Yeah,
have to
I
go
know,
to work.
I'm early. That's
Yeah,
okay.
you're a little early, Kathy.
That's okay. I don't see my neighbors here.
No, that's okay. Oh,
But
well,
I'm
they're,
so-
they're here.
It's next. It's coming next to us.
That's great. Well, anyway, I'm so happy about that. And the job I have is my supervisors, I had to get special permission to take a slightly longer lunch hour twice a month so I could do the food bank distribution program. And, you know, I lost everything with the fire, like many of my neighbors. And I'm looking forward to being able to have a dog again. And when I train it to be a service dog for court, for the classic kids, and for public guardian's office. And thank the board and the county for all they've done for Grizzly Flats.
Oh, so glad there's so many good new things coming in your life. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy.
All right, let's go online for public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon. Three nine zero?
Oh, hi there. Yes, 390. No, I think that's Ken Greenwood.
Okay.
Anyway, reporting live from Lake Tahoe. Yes, I'm going to have to disagree with the guy who was talking about the practicality, if you will, of nuclear power. The interesting thing of proliferation, yeah, but are we enriching uranium when we do nuclear power plants? No, that's a different process. That's a different reactor. So I am questioning that point that he made. Also, my father actually worked on he was the head quality control engineer for the redo of the Diablo Canyon plant that even Mr. Newsom today supports, perhaps because of electric cars and perhaps that it supplies 8% of the state's energy 24/7, 365. My dad worked on that project for 2.5 years, and he was a good engineer. And guess what? 45 years later, it's still running like a top. Anyway, got a call from planning staff to update me on the process for the WTF ordinance revision. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But once again, I'm going to ask that, the reality is that's all going to take about a year. The problem is we have more towers in the pipeline, and without the fallover setback as which I understand is going to be basically included in the new ordinance. Thank you. But we got others that are in the pipeline right now that just don't deserve to be there because they will not meet the fallover setbacks. So again, the urgency ordinance, yes. 1 mile radius, yeah, I'm going to fight that one or fight for that one because that's what they keep telling us is the essential reason or citing for these towers. So anyway, again, thank you for the push to get some information to me, and enjoy your day. And I wish I could listen to item 25, I believe it is, but got to work. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ken. And I'm glad our staff was able to get back to you.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, Chris.
Good morning, or good afternoon, excuse me. Here's my statement. Congratulations, Eldorado Gold 1848 Giving Edge profile has been approved by the Giving Edge coaches. Essentially, big day of giving is May 2nd. Eldorado Gold now can participate. And if you'll go to our Eldorado Gold 1848 Facebook page, You can donate to us for a multitude of projects. Please read our profile. I think it'll make a lot of sense to individuals that I make this statement because there's a lot of competition for very limited dollars. So I wanted to get my pitch in early. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Scott Herring.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Scott from Georgetown Airport. I'll give you a quick update. We have a tree problem out here, and it's the trees are still there. Lots of people come out in government cars and stand out on the runway, and they point at the trees, but the trees are still there. If they're not taken down soon, the rumor is that Caltrans is going to shut the airport down 24/7 and do a demand for grant funds previously accepted by the county, and that's millions and millions of dollars. So it's not rocket science to cut down 100 trees, but it's becoming a pretty big safety issue here. That's the first one. The second one, in February, early February, we had a special advisory airport committee meeting with only one item on the agenda, and that was one of my commercial leases. It was approved by the committee, and it was supposed to go in front of you folks, the Board of Supervisors, within about 3 weeks. It was, again, pushed for the third time off of your schedule. It's frustrating because the volunteers at the committee, came in on a rainy night, and it seems to be every time it makes it on your schedule, it gets pushed off for some reason. We'd really like to get it in front of you because it's the first of many commercial leases. Not one single commercial operation on either airport has a lease. So I think it's an important start. And that's all my comments.
Thank you for being with us. Appreciate it.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Staff, do we have any update on the trees at the Georgetown Airport, as well as when we might expect commercial leases to come back to the board?
Good afternoon, Karen Garner, your Planning and Building Director. Yes, we are in the process of kind of the final paperwork with the removal of the trees. We do need to do a notice of exemption, and so that'll be next week. We have worked out with the arborist. West Coast Arborist will be the one doing the tree removal. They're basically on standby, ready to go as soon as we get all the paperwork done. Unfortunately, it's always a little more complicated with government to get what seems like a simple task done, but we are very, very close. So I expect certainly within the next month that the trees will start getting removed.
That's good news. Perfect.
And then your other question was about timing of his lease item, and I know that got bumped. Is it on the 23rd? I'm so sorry.
Well, we'll look into it and get back to Mr. Herring on when he might expect that. So, all right. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate the update. All right. Well, with that, Kim, let's move into item number 36, please.
Of course. Item number 36 comes from Planning and Building Department, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction first reading of an ordinance adding County Code Section 110.18 to make Article 8 of Subchapter 1 of Chapter 1 of Division 1 of Title 25 of operative on a limited density owner-built rural dwellings in the Grizzly Flats community of El Dorado County, and to provide minimum requirements for the protection of life, limb, health, property, safety, and welfare of the general public and the owners and occupants of such dwellings. And I'm not even going to try to say that word, structures. 2, waive reading of the full ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to April 23rd, 24 for final passage, second reading. And 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving findings for adoption of regulations for limited density owner-built rural dwellings.
That was a mouthful. Thanks,
Yeah,
Kim.
really.
Good afternoon, Karen.
Good afternoon again. So just a brief background, as you know, starting last year, as always, we're continuously looking at ways to assist our residents in Grizzly Flats in the rebuild efforts. And we started exploring a concept based on something Butte County's done for several years of adoption of Title 25, which is an alternative to our standard building codes, Title 24. And it applies specifically, as the title talks about, limited density owner-built rural dwellings. So there are specific requirements in order to be able to apply this. It can't be applied countywide. It's got to be a rural area and owner-built, or them building with a contractor as opposed to a home builder coming in. So we explored that concept, and in January, we're here before the board after meeting with a committee of folks who had input, including Grizzly Flat, CSD, and some other departments and divisions, Pioneer Fire as well, to get their input. Developed a list of standards that we wanted to apply. One of the outstanding items was related to fire sprinklers. This does give the ability to waive requirements such as that are normally required under Title 24. Supervisor Turnbull, we had a meeting, I think it was the day prior actually to that last board meeting, to talk about that concept with residents, had Pioneer Fire there. And through that discussion, we came to the agreement of limiting it to 750 square feet. So if you're building a structure 750 square feet or less, not require fire sprinklers, anything above that. Now, we realized that that would be limiting, but really this ordinance is really sort of narrowly focused anyway. We didn't anticipate that a ton of people would be taking advantage, but what we were targeting were the people that likely did not have insurance, don't have means to build elsewhere or go elsewhere, or really want to stay in Grizzly Flats because that is their home, that's where they've been. So we really looked to this program to help that small group of people that just really don't have a lot of other options for rebuilding. So with that direction from the board, we developed with County Council the resolution and ordinance to go along with that. I will say, just since end of last week, it's come up that the area that we were looking at, and we had used, I think if it's attachment D or E, attachment E, the Grizzly Flats Rural Center boundary, and that's out of our general plan where we define all of our rural centers. That actually excludes some parcels that in property owners that may be interested in this program. And so, for example, directly to the north of that boundary, we have folks on Tyler Ranch Road and Eagle Hill Road that did lose their homes. Certainly consider themselves part of Grizzly Flats, but just don't happen to be in this boundary. So what we're proposing is to continue the item, so because we need to define exactly what parcels can be in this program in order to submit it to the state and for our own purposes, of course. So we wanted to just give ourselves a little bit of time. I'm reaching out to our GIS folks in the surveyor's office. I'm hoping they already have some sort of map that defines all the exact parcels that lost a home. If not, we'll create that. I need to exclude the cabins that were on federal lands. You know, they're not part of this, and just really focus on those that lost a home that are in or around the Grizzly Flats area and get a definitive list. Understanding that the snow is melting and we want to get under construction, what I can offer is, since and I've included as attachments as well, you know, the requirements and what we expect when someone submits plans under this program, to allow the residents, if the board approves, to get going on that and start that process, so that by the time we come back and bring the revised ordinance and then have the second reading, they're ready to go right after that and submit their plans and get approval for their structures. Building division is working on a revised, simplified building permit. So I'll make sure that that gets done right away, get that out to interested folks so that, again, they can start working on that process and be ready to go as soon as we can finalize the ordinance.
So what action are you requesting the board take today?
So the requesting just any feedback that you have on the ordinance today, if there's any questions, taking public feedback
Okay.
and hearing from them as well. And then we can, of course, if there are any comments, incorporate that when we do return at the, I would say, maybe continue off calendar. I
Okay.
don't know exactly how long it take. I'm hoping just a week or two, but I don't want to commit and not knowing. I know some of the agendas are getting really full.
Yeah, we're full,
So
yeah.
another reason why taking public comment today perhaps
Okay.
and making sure we understand what people's thoughts and comments are.
I'll appreciate this practical approach
Right.
while you work out the nitty-gritty details. Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, Karen, one of the questions I want to ask, we have engineered plans and drawings already for ADUs. Is it possible that we could put a plan together, the same thing, for 750 square feet? Because that's where a lot of this Title 25, is it any possibility that will help them? Because they could go in there, there's a set of plans, here you go, build to that set of plans, especially with the county's, regulations. Is it possible or not possible?
It is possible.
I know it's not an ADU.
Okay.
But can we get a set of plans drawn up? that
Yes.
Maybe help these people.
So the answer to
in the
that is yes.
process.
We actually, the pot of money, some grant funds that we use to develop the ones that we have, we still have some remaining funds, and we are actually looking at partnering with Housing El Dorado to get some more options. And so they are working, Housing El Dorado has been working with a consultant that has a wide variety of plans at their disposal. So we can look for some that are specific to 750 square feet or less. And then we may have to do a little modification for snow load and
Right,
some of
right.
the unique things with Grizzly Flats, but that shouldn't be too big of a change. So definitely I'll work on that. and
Okay, thank you.
Give you an
for that.
update.
I think that's a great idea, especially to help the people that had no insurance. So anyway.
Question.
Supervisor Turnbull. I mean, sorry, Heidel.
Item 2 under 36 talks about, continuing the matter to April 23rd. That's different than what you've asked for. But since you have a spot on the April 23rd agenda, I'm suggesting you don't give that up. You want to make sure this can come back on that date. So we keep the process moving.
Right.
Yes, I mean, that would have been if we had approved this first reading,
Right.
that would have been for the second reading.
Right,
It probably would have been on consent. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Consent.
yeah,
And
I'll still
Okay.
I'll still see what I can do, but that
Understand.
seems like a
All right.
reasonable time. So
I think it'll be a short meeting anyway. I mean, if it does come up department matter, I'm sure it'll be real short anyway.
and if we continue it off calendar, that'll give our staff flexibility to see where it
Yeah,
can fit in.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay, recognizing that time is a factor here.
Yeah, especially when we want to help wherever we can to help them start the rebuild. So.
I'll check with my colleagues online. Do you have any comments or questions at this point?
Yeah. So, Karen, thank you for, bringing this back and all the work you've done on it. I saw in the staff report, it said that you've been reaching out to the folks up in Volcanoville, the mosquito fire victims, and you still have a few remaining. Did you need any assistance with that, or it's such a tight knit community up there? I'm sure I could point you in the direction of somebody that knows all those folks. Or are you doing okay with that?
That'd be good.
that would be great. And actually, if we do find some from the mosquito fire, we can actually add that too, because what we need to do is we need to list, if it's a single parcel, we just stick the APN in the description of the ordinance. So we can combine those if we find there are a few people that are interested in taking advantage of this program that were victims of mosquito fire.
Well,
Next,
okay.
please.
Yeah, so let's do that. Let's connect offline and I'll get you, they're a little, I shouldn't say little, they're a tight knit, that community because it's so remote. And so their Firewise council knows everyone, it feels like. And so I can definitely point you in that direction.
Perfect. Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Supervisor Lane?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question. It does say that under Title 25, a deed restriction will always be required. What specifically is the deed restriction?
So the deed restriction will inform any potential buyers that this was built under alternate code, Title 25 and not Title 24. So that folks know what they're buying into. And why that matters is because of insurance. It's not guaranteed that, an insurance company will insure a Title 25 building. So, we just want to put everybody on notice, and it's similar to what we deal with some of the code enforcement issues, right? If there's an open code case, we want to try and inform the next buyer what they're buying into.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much, Karen. And at this point, let's move on to public comment and get some feedback as we continue to work on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 36. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Toby.
Hello, Supervisors. Toby Matterson, Grizzly Flats. First of all, I want to thank Karen from the bottom of our heart. Without Karen, without George, without this board, without this county, we wouldn't be here. Roughly right after the fire, I stood in front of you, begging you to adopt the policies to help us, in the beginning, which was huge. You guys, took that emergency ordinance and kicked it into gear, and we've been rebuilding. We've been, slowly trying to bring our community back. It's not as fast as any of us ever, thought that we could do it. This Title 25 initiative is probably the #1 thing that could bring back the community of Grizzly Flats. This is the most important thing that you guys can vote on for our community, along with other places that, got impacted with the Caldor fire. To be able to use the resources in our own land to build back our homes and to build something, a lot of people say, well, it's only 750 square feet. But if you live in a trailer, especially when you're 6'5", 6'6" like me, and you bump your head every day, 4 walls, 750 square feet, that's a godsend. So when anybody says that, that's coming from somebody that has a home, and there's a lot of people that will say, we don't want, but we can build nice little cabins that fit the motif, that fit a rural land, that look nice. We have skilled people here. Most of the people you see standing right here are going to be the ones that are going to be building these houses. The men and women that you see right here in this room. We're going to give up our free time every moment we have to try to bring back homes to people. A lot of money's been raised for our community. A lot of foundations, a lot of projects. They want to bring schools back. They want to bring community centers back. I get it. I understand. But if you can't fill these buildings that they're going to bring back, it doesn't matter. We need people back. We need houses. So as of right now, that's my focus, and it's always been, you guys have known that, individual assistance in bringing back houses is #1 goal. And I think we have a really great opportunity to do this with the help from the board to pass this. I do think that if you do your research on Butte and you see what it's done for their community, it's a no-brainer. It really is. Just look how it's working for them. Back in the beginning, I said, you guys got to do something that's different than all the rest of the counties in California, because we are different. And you did. You're holding up to that. We thank you. We appreciate it. And let's get this passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Toby.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Toby.
your comments. Does anyone else has some thoughts on this ordinance and this
Matt, you
program?
wanna come up?
Especially if you have any suggestions as we continue to finalize the details of this ordinance and program. Good afternoon, Mac.
Yes, I'm known here. Hi, I'm Mac. And yes, thank you so much, Karen. And please don't take it wrong when we criticize. It's like my brother said, it was CHP. He says, when you're standing there, you're the face of the whole government. So, but you have been wonderful for us, and I really thank you. But what I would like to say also is I was asking you way back when I ambushed you in the hall and various things, was to work more closely with us. I wish we had seen more of that. Like, you know, Toby, Matt, I mean, we're the ones who would be primarily involved, and yet it was very difficult to talk to anybody from the county. I'm sorry, but people who work under you are a bunch of bureaucrats. I never saw one of them come up to Grizzly. You did, Ridge, I think, one time, yeah. But it would have been nice if we could have sat down in a room and had a real meeting. There's still time maybe to do things like that. I haven't even read the proposal yet because we don't have the computer facilities and so forth. And I know other people that don't have computers at all. 'Cause first thing we were talking and somebody was saying, oh, just go online. Well, these people don't go. So it would be nice if we could have a little better communication. That's the only, but I really appreciate all you've done. Thank you so much.
Question, Matt, before you go.
Mac?
Yes.
Hold on.
Reach out to Mark and he'll print all that out for you.
We can get you a copy of
We can get you a copy.
Yes.
Okay?
I'm-
So go to the office. You've been there just a little bit ago, so go
Yes.
there. Make sure you print you out a copy of that.
I've taken advantage of Mark far too much, but I will on that too. Thank
Okay,
you.
good. Yeah,
Okay.
perfect. Good afternoon.
Matt Nunley from Grizzly Flats. I just wanted to reiterate what Toby and Mac have already said. Just thank you, Karen, and your people. You put a lot of work into this, and it's going to be life-changing for people. I'm excited to get going on this. The sawdust is going to be flying.
I love it. We all want invitations to the grand openings, cut the ribbon cuttings, not just George. So
Yeah, exactly.
anyone else in the boardroom? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, so as our staff said, we're going to be working fast and furiously to finalize these, additional details. So if you have any other feedback, please get that to Supervisor Turnbull or directly to our staff. So
One of the things I want to say, when we're going to build one as a model, I was talking to Matt and Louis and Toby, is to build one unit for one particular family as a model. And that model will represent Title 25 for El Dorado County.
nice.
And we'll have everybody out there taking pictures, like you said.
Good, we're going to hold you to that.
You got it.
All right, so with that, do we need action to continue this item off calendar?
Yes, please.
All right, Supervisor Turnbull, do you want to make the motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve Title 25 ordinance.
We
And
need to continue this.
No,
and
continue
this
off calendar.
Not
off
approve it.
calendar Until what, the 23rd?
Yes, not to approve it because we're still working on the details. So
Just
off
off
calendar.
calendar till the 23rd.
No, not
What?
till
Oh, just continue it off
no
calendar?
date specific.
so your motion is to continue item 36 off calendar.
Off calendar.
Okay.
Period.
All right.
Okay.
Any
John
further
second.
discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Lane, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes
All
5-0.
right, so good luck finalizing all this and we'll look forward to seeing it back.
Hopefully
So,
back
all right.
soon. Yep. Okay.
Bye-bye. Thanks for being with us, Grizzly Flats. All right, so with that, is the will of the board to do to and froms before closed session, or do you just want to, are we expecting any report out from closed session?
Yes, there likely will be a report.
Okay. We can
Okay,
do
so
it
should we
then.
go into closed session then?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. At this time, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 37, 38, and 41 as specified on our agenda. And anyone who wishes to provide comment on that may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so we will see you in the boardroom for those colleagues that are online. Well, good afternoon, El Dorado County. We are now back, and County Council, do we have any reportable action from closed session?
We do. Thank you, Madam Chair. The board completed its closed session agenda, and on item number 41, the performance evaluation of the Director of Library Services, on a 5-0 vote, the Board of Supervisors approved a step increase from step 2 to step 3 of the salary schedule, effective the first full pay period following today's date. That concludes my report.
Very good, thank you. All right, we now have board member updates. We have lost Supervisor Lane and Supervisor Parlin, and so who would like to start our updates?
I'll go. It's gonna be fast anyway. So April 4th, Thursday, we had the transit and transportation meeting. It was actually interesting because it was snowing, so we had to hurry up and get done there before, so we could get home. So ended up with 4 or 5 inches at my house. Was unbelievable. So also, and then Monday, I went down and spoke at the assembly for the Natural Resource Committee. And basically to waive the solar requirements for the homes in Grizzly Flat, and it got passed, approved, it was 100%. People voted for 100%, and then also the waiving the CEQA requirements for the Forest Service, so that these projects can get done quicker, so they're not put on hold, because they gotta go through the CEQA process, and that passed too.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, last Thursday, April 4th, George and I attended the Folsom and El Dorado County 2x2 meeting, along with Tiffany, Raphael, and Karen.
Which I forgot about that. but go ahead.
Yep. The focus of the discussion was the road to the west and trying to understand what the discussion was at Folsom and understanding their perspective on where SACOG was coming with things and
Good.
the roads of record that were there. I think it was a very, very fruitful discussion because I think our two staff members and the DOT and planning, I think both got some bits of information that helped them understand the perspective that the city of Folsom has and maybe the relationship that's going on right now with Sacramento County. So I thought it was worthwhile. I learned a couple new things, and so that's always helpful. But we'll continue those as required. But that was a good introduction and getting everybody kind of aligned. And we also had on the same afternoon the Transit and the Transportation Commission meeting. So since most of us attend that, I'm not going to belabor that. And then on Friday, I was invited to go up to the alternate navigation center site and visit that, along with members of Health and Human Services and the EDOC COC. So that was very good to understand what the proposal was in terms of moving things around and making use of that particular piece of property. And to my recollection, that is the same piece of property that was talked about as being part of the host proposal. And at the time, we had made a request that we look at a low barrier alternative to host that be put in there. And we weren't able to come up with anything, and now we're back at that point. So it's not a new discovery to visit that site and think about it, but I think we're making good progress, and I think there's a lot of really positive reasons to consider that seriously. So
Major difference, a whole new level of collaboration,
Right.
whole new level of collaboration.
Okay.
We come full circle.
Yeah.
Circle is what you want to call it.
More,
So
more
anyway.
discussion to come on that.
Right,
Yep.
exactly.
All right. That's it?
that's it.
Thank you for the update on the Road to the West conversations. Those are critical conversations. I'm so glad that those were productive. Yesterday, I was sorry Supervisor Parlin got ill and she couldn't join me, but I went along with Rebecca Guo from the El Dorado Water Agency. We went on a tour of a wildfire resiliency tour with the Placer County Water Agency and Valley Vision. They put on this tour. We looked at the burn scars out of Colfax and talked about resiliency measures and what the RCDs are doing in that WUI, the urban wildlife urban interface. And we had an opportunity to look at a couple of vegetation management critical strategic projects along in Auburn. And it was fascinating to see after 2 years, they had done full vegetation management of this parkway, but in 2 years, what it looks like if you don't have maintenance plans. And it was a cautionary tale. And then we toured the SPI site, and I've been to the SPI site many times for meetings, but I'd never actually toured their operations and seen their biomass plant and actually went through their sawmill. And that was just a fascinating,
Very neat.
fascinating tour. What was interesting, as we explored biomass throughout the day, some of the new thought is rather than looking at energy to be what you're going after to help finance these projects. They're looking at carbon credits rather than energy, and talking about the nuances of that. And that was a new thought for me. I was happy to get a little more insight on that, recognizing that there's a lot of unanswered questions regarding that. There's also talk on a biomass JPA, and I just throw that out there, that is currently being worked on in the Sacramento region. They will be reaching out to us in the near future. They are having conversations with Greg Stanton, and it's looking at this as a way to help coordinate a feedstock guarantee that would help make projects and financing possible for biomass projects. And so they will be reaching out to Greg on that. So just more to come on that. And I've certainly not been interfacing the biomass arena, so, told them who to talk to. Let's see, last Friday, we had a meeting with the Water Agency and Joe Stout from the U.S. Forest Service. It was a very productive meeting on how El Dorado County, El Dorado Water Agency, and how the U.S. Forest Service could collaborate better in terms of our watershed. So it was a very, very productive meeting, more to come. And I also had a chance to attend on Friday morning for Supervisor Parlin in the EDOK board meeting, where they did present this new concept of this new improved 2.0 concept of a navigation center, and where the direction the board will be reviewing on, is it the 23rd? It's coming to our board, I think, on the 23rd. I think so. And I'm happy to report that there was not a lot of robust conversation, but there was, especially behind the scenes, and a general consensus that we're moving in the right direction, and a willingness to explore that from EDOK. So it was a very productive board meeting, and our staff, once again, Timolyn and her staff did an incredible job at coordinating, articulating, and working through this critical step forward. So a lot of good going on. All right, I'll turn to our CAO.
We will be back here tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't get a day off now.
Yeah. So tomorrow we'll have our special budget meeting, starting at 9, and then the following week is dark. So we'll reconvene with our normal meetings on the 23rd, which is totally packed.
Okay, yes, it
Yes.
is. It is. So pack a lunch and
Yeah.
buckle up for the 23rd. Sounds good. All right. So with that, it is 3:49. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you for being with us today. Night.